few points I wanted to mention before we start. The first is we're going to attempt a
week's session. It seemed to me that it's going to throw up policy issues which the policy witnesses may want to discuss in their evidence. Clearly they can't do that before the evidence is given. So my logic, such as it is, was that the policy session would follow the ornithology session. How you would do it is for you. My preference is always for a personal meeting, but if we're all scattered, it could easily be done online. I would think, although I don't, of course, speak for other parties, but I would think that the policy session can be relatively short, because we all know what the policy is. It's just how it's interpreted and applied. So for our part, we'd be quite happy if you decided to hold that after the ornithology session, but online. But of course, it's a matter for you.
Thank you, sir. As you know, the applicants were represented last night by those to my right, and I was advised that Milan and a friend approached outside to discuss this possibility, which we did last night. We're reluctant for that to happen because, without wanting to put undue pressure on you, we're assuming that in the intervening period between the inquiry adjourning this week and reconvening in September or August, we'll come back to the timing at a different point, but you may wish to be making progress with writing up your report. And in terms of the most controversial issues that have been dealt with at inquiry session, there's relevant policies within MPF4 and within the development plan, and that evidence should be heard at this stage because it will provide something of a framework for your analysis, and the parties' views on that policy will add to that framework. So the preference would be to take all the other policies, bar those relating to ornithology, which are capable of being pieced out, and then deal with the policies of relevance to ornithology at that session.
Mr. Finlay, do you have a view?
We're broadly neutral. We're happy to. We see the sense in Mr. Campbell's suggestion. I also think that policy is unlikely to be very lengthy, and if there's going to be a session, an online session to deal with ornithology, then policy can be easily dealt with at the same time. So there is logic in it. If I hear what my own friend says about your preparation, but it may be of more assistance to have just one policy session. But as I say, we're broadly neutral on the subject.
I have to say, having thought about it overnight and having heard submissions from parties, I would prefer to carry on with the policy session as planned this week. I think that, as Ms. Wilson suggests, we could deal with policy issues relating specifically to ornithology as part of the ornithology hearing if necessary. I think that they're likely to be fairly specific to that subject. So I think I would prefer, and if necessary, matters relating to ornithology, I think, could probably be dealt with in terms of policy, could probably be dealt with at this particular policy session, given the submissions that we've had already in writing on ornithology. I think there's quite a lot of evidence there. I'm not sure if parties are necessarily going to agree at the hearing session on ornithology. So I think we've probably got enough to proceed in a policy session this week. Right. So, Mrs. Wilson, would you like to proceed?
Sorry, I thought it was a letter from Mr. Campbell's cross-examination of my witness.
Of course it is, yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Campbell, would you like to proceed?
You woke me up then.
I did see a look of shock.
If I could proceed. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
I'd like to pick up your inquiry recognition, please. And so far as I can, I'll try and follow your order there. The relevant chapter in the recognition. Can you hear me all right, sir? That better? Yeah. Chapter 3 is the relevant chapter for present purposes. If you would turn there to 3.1.2, you're dealing here with the question of core paths. And you say, I can confirm all of these core paths were assessed in the LBI or AI and included in the figures as noted below. Whilst I agree with some of that, I don't agree with all of it. And could I just put to you that you haven't covered each of the core paths as a recreational resource in your response, in your analysis, I'm sorry.
They were included in the visual receptor groups in those communities in which they were located.
Yeah, so I would be right in understanding you've not assessed them as core paths, but as part of the wider groups.
As part of the groups, yes.
Yes, okay. In that case, we don't need to dwell on that. I'll leave it in submission. Next thing I want you to help me with is the distinction between key views and viewpoints. And I've had to confess I find your analysis a little hard to follow. I don't mean that rudely, but I think I've understood that you've analysed the views from the chosen viewpoints, but you haven't necessarily made a determination from each of those viewpoints. Is that fair?
So we've assessed in detail the proposed development from each of the viewpoints, but then we use those as a sample to represent the impacts on the visual receptors.
So when you show a determination of magnitude, sensitivity, or significance, are we talking about the analysis as from the viewpoint, or are we talking about the analysis as from the receptors, that's to say, people using the viewpoint?
So we do our analysis.
Is it neither of those?
No, so we do those from the visual receptor groups themselves, which are the receptors that we're assessing. So most of the viewpoints in this situation are places. They're moments on a road, or they're parts of a settlement where you would gain the most open view of the proposed development, but not necessarily stop per se to, like a specific viewpoint where it might be at the summit. So again, as Mr. Finlay said, the summit of one of the McLeod's tables where you arrive at a point and then you stop and you enjoy the view, or at some of the other viewpoints, perhaps on the A863 where there's a lay-by and a designated kind of scenic spot. So where there are those, then we've done an assessment, but where it's just a viewpoint for that represents a visual receptor, then we've just made a final judgment at that visual receptor, which may well include that viewpoint, but it also includes the rest of that receptor. So is it
fair to say then there's only an approximation between the viewpoint and the group of receptors you've chosen, or is there a coincidence between them? Does the larger group include the smaller viewpoint?
So in most cases, the viewpoint is representative of the visual receptor, but usually the viewpoint is chosen at a point where it's the most open visibility of the proposed development, rather than necessarily the experience throughout the viewpoint. So again, perhaps at Dunvegan, there weren't any, if you were going to represent that, there aren't any views from the village itself, and therefore we've chosen viewpoints at either end of the village to represent the most open views that are available, but they don't actually represent the experience that you get from the village itself. So we use them as representatives or as sample points in order to understand what the impacts would be for that particular receptor.
You might see why a layman might find that a little difficult to take on board. You've got a chosen viewpoint. you're assessing presumably the scale of change, the magnitude of change from that viewpoint. You may ascribe a level of sensitivity to that viewpoint, but you don't seem to take the final step and label or provide a label of significance from that viewpoint. The label of significance seems to be from a wider range around the viewpoint or next to the viewpoint. Is that a correct understanding?
So we're not focused on viewpoints. So I think we undertake our assessments based. Yeah, but we base our assessments on our work in the field rather than in a room looking just at a viewpoint. So the viewpoint is taken from a static location and it's there to illustrate the effects. And we look at that, we analyse that, and then we go out on site and we look at the impacts on particular receptors. So we don't just make an assessment from a viewpoint. Whilst I appreciate when you're reading the EIA, then the viewpoint is very useful because you can stand there and you can look at it, but actually it isn't always representative of the receptor itself that we're actually assessing. So our assessments are focused on those receptors, you know, those settlements or those core path routes.
So we could say, could we, from that answer, that your conclusions about significance from any receptor group are a mixture of what you've seen from the viewpoint and your own perambulations around the receptor group to get a slightly broader view?
Yes, very much so.
Is that fair?
Yes, I think that's very fair.
Okay. And how could we as readers replicate that experience to test it?
So we describe in our EIAs where we go and what we do, and we do try to describe what we see. I think the assessment does need to be carried out on site. I think we're trying to, as best we can, explain the situation of the nature of the particular receptor group in the text as we describe it, but it's no replacement for actually going out onto site and seeing, you know, understanding the nature of the particular receptor and how they may be affected by the proposed development.
I mean, might I figure a situation where you look from a viewpoint, in your head you make you have a sense of the scale of change, and you're in a sensitive viewpoint, let's say it's a monument or a public parking place or something for visitors, and then you work around the receptor group, perhaps it's a small village or a settlement, and you say, well, actually, the rest of this is not so sensitive because there's screening or because for some other reason. So can sensitivity be diminished in that way in your overall assessment?
No, not really. So we consider the full range of the receptors. So again, we've set that out, and again, for most of the settlements, it'll be a high-stroke medium sensitivity. So no, we don't lower the sensitivity on that basis. That's much more about the susceptibility and the value rather than.
Yes, it's just the precise choice of language that you've used. I mean, we've got magnitude and scale, you know, crossing over from one to the other. We picked up on that yesterday. I don't need to revisit, and we have sensitivity and susceptibility, which may or may not be the same thing. And then ultimately we have a judgment about significance. And do you, in reaching that judgment, do you simply cross-affirm it in a matrix fashion, or are you using the mysterious professional judgment which informs the final description of significance?
No. So we clearly set out in our assessments. So in order to determine sensitivity, we consider susceptibility and value. And again, both of those are set out very clearly in our methodology and in our assessment so that it's clear for everyone to follow how we've arrived at where we've arrived. So there's no, I mean, whilst all determinations in LVIA are based on professional judgment, we've gone down to sort of illustrate precisely how we've gotten to where we've gotten in the LVIA, so that you can follow it.
Just before you do, Mr. Campbell, if you turn off your mic, you'll get the speaker will speak to you, and if you have your mic on, the speaker won't speak.
Sorry, I forgot to do that, but thank you. In reaching ultimately the conclusion about significance from any viewpoint, do you start with the viewpoint itself, or do you start with the wider receptor group as you see it?
So when we're assessing impacts for a particular receptor, we start with the receptor. I'm not 100% sure in your question what you were, but we use whatever material. So we use the visual material, we use the ZTVs, we use any viewpoints that are located on or near or representative of that receptor. We use all of that material to come to our judgment.
So there isn't a methodology which says start at the viewpoint, then look wider, look at the receptors and nature of the receptors. You're ticking a box all the time, following all these steps, and ultimately getting to a conclusion.
Not specifically for viewpoints, no. As I say, our assessment isn't focused entirely on viewpoint. It's focused on the visual receptors, which is what the landscape and visual impact assessment is supposed to be focused on.
I think I understand that now. So you're it's not just your assessment of scale and sensitivity from the viewpoint which informs the final judgment about significance. It's something wider, which is harder to define, but what you've called the receptor group, the impact on the receptor group, the scale of change for the receptor group, and the sensitivity of that group.
I don't know whether it might be worth, I mean, I do appreciate you're not a landscape architect, but it might be worth, so the reason I went through the figure in the GLVIA3 was to sort of set the scene as to how we come about with our judgments in order to explain where things are in the process. So, for instance, if when we're coming to make an assessment of a receptor, we first consider sensitivity, where we consider the value and susceptibility. We combine those and we come up with sensitivity. Then we look at magnitude of change, and magnitude of change is composed of scale of change. We consider the scale of change that may occur. We then consider the scale over which that is felt, so that's the sort of geographic extent. We consider the duration for that's going to be.
In other words, just to pause you follow the flow chart, which is you say that you follow the flow chart, which is in the GLVIA.
Yes, that's right.
Well, here I'm not going to take you through each of the assessments because we'd be here all day. That's not for now. But I really wanted just to help you to help me understand the process that you've been following. And you're quite clear that your methodology follows that flow chart. That's what you're saying to me, I think.
Yes, very much so.
Looking back at your recognition, if we may, could you go to 3.1.4, page 5, foot of page 5? See that?
Yes.
Right at the foot, the last line, you say, I believe this to be an overestimation. You're referring to Ms. Platt's assessment, which she's published in her inquiry report and in her own recognition. And again, you say on the next page, I believe the underlying landscape would be suitable. So we're looking at a belief here, and I'm just interested in that word. What gives you to believe that Ms. Platt's assessment is, what you called it, higher assessments of sensitivity or magnitude? What indicator or index have you applied to label Ms. Platt's work in that way?
Well, I've assessed it as being lower than Ms. Platt, so that's why, I believe that my assessment, I've undertaken, I believe my assessment is correct, and I believe that Ms. Platt doesn't set out in quite as much detail.
I'm not sure I completely understand that. Obviously, you believe in your own work. I wasn't suggesting you weren't doing that, but what I don't understand from this passage is how you're able to conclude, or why you're able to conclude, that Ms. Platt's assessment is a greater or higher assessment of sensitivity or magnitude than yours. What is it that leads you to that view?
Sorry, are you asking me about sensitivity, or are you asking about magnitude, or?
I'm asking about both because these are your words at the foot of page 5.
Yes, so overall, I think that Ms. Platt has overestimated the sensitivity of some of the landscape receptors, and in some cases overestimated the magnitude of change.
And that must be an answer which is dictated by your own professional judgment and experience.
Yes, absolutely.
Page 6, first line, you say, as I believe the underlying landscape would be suitable to accommodate a development of this scale. Suspicious of the phrase underlying landscape. I don't know what you mean by it.
Sorry, the host landscape.
Yes, I understand that. But why is it called the underlying landscape? I mean, it is what it is. Is it something different from what we see?
No, it's just the host landscape.
Well, again, it's just your choice of words. I need to clarify, that's all.
Thank you for doing so.
You give a specific example in 3.1.5 about the special qualities of the Northwest Sky SLA, the dynamic coastline, and the distinctive terrain at McLeod's Tables on the crofting landscape. I believe you say this is an overestimate of the impacts on this SLA, whilst I agree there would be moderate adverse and so on, the setback and limited extent of the array in the views would mitigate these effects to less than significant levels. Now, we heard something about this yesterday. I think the proposition you're advancing here is that because of the distance of the proposal from the coast, that amounts, in your view, to a setback to a viewer, separating the two with intervening moorland. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes.
Miss Pat's judgment on this. I mean, she's clearly entitled to her professional judgment, which she's explained in her report. I don't want to take you to it because take up too much time, but assuming that she's visited every viewpoint, which I think she will say she has, and assuming the different scales of the proposal and the intervening land and the coastline, is her conclusion not a legitimate one?
Well, as you say, she is welcome to her professional opinion. I think we're not as, well, I don't know quite what level of effect she's identified for the dynamic coastline and distinctive terrain, but again, I appreciate there's not maybe a huge amount between us if she's gone for moderate as well. And she may well consider that to be significant, and there's not a huge amount of difference. But as I say in my precognition, I don't agree that there would be a significant effect on distinctive terrain regarding views to the McLeod's Tables. So that's probably one where I would perhaps disagree more with her than perhaps the others.
What would you say to the reporter to help him make up his mind about this?
Well, as I've said, I don't feel that there is, as I've set out in my inquiry report, where I assessed the McLeod's Tables as a distinctive area in the SLA, both views from it and views to it. I think, for the most part, the McLeod's Tables do form a key landscape element. They become the focus of views, and in the vast majority of cases, the proposed development would not interrupt those views to the McLeod's Tables. So that is the sort of main reason why I don't think that there is a significant effect on the McLeod's Tables or the distinctive terrain.
To try and sum that up in a sentence, then, you're saying it's the non-interruption of the view towards McLeod's Tables. It's a key thing for you.
Yes, I think the distinctive terrain, particularly in this part of Northwest Skye, is very much focused on the McLeod's tables. I think the distinctive terrain in other parts of Northwest Skye will be referencing different terrain issues, but I think in this particular part, as well as the coastline, the distinctive strong coastline of the Drinish Peninsula, but I think as well the distinctive terrain, when you actually read the SLA, it does mention the McLeod's tables, and that is predominantly its focus. So, yes.
Moving on, 3.1.6, please. I wanted to pick up with you halfway through that paragraph, where the proposed turbines would be visible. They would appear in a, I'm sorry about my voice, where the proposed turbines would be visible, they would appear in a part of the adjacent landscape which is already characterised by wind energy. That's presumably a reference to the existing Ben Aketil wind farm, is it?
And Edinburgh.
And Edinburgh. All right. Do you say the landscape is characterised by those wind farms? And they're not just a presence in the landscape?
At present, they are in the landscape, but they are a part of that northern sky, and particularly from that bit of Grishornish, that part of moorland forms a sort of hinterland. So although most of the focus of the Grishornish is much further sort of north and sort of northeast, I think if there are any views to the south, which I think is probably a bit more of a hinterland rather than the sort of focus, then yes, there are views of both of those.
Yeah, I get that. It's your use of the word characterise which is troubling me. It's almost as if you're saying that these developments define that landscape.
No, they don't define the landscape.
Would you like to think again about characterise, the word characterise? Would you accept perhaps are present in the landscape rather than characterise it?
Yes, I'm willing to go with that.
All right, thank you. I think I can move now to the little list of bullet points in 3.1.7. In each of these cases, you say the number of receptors and level of effects has been overestimated by Ms. Platt, and then you take them one at a time. In respect of Edinburgh itself, I think you were quite critical yesterday about the view which has been chosen by Ms. Platt to justify her conclusion.
Not at all critical of the view, just not entirely sure what her figure represents, as she doesn't explain what it means. And if we are going to introduce that viewpoint, I thought it was better to actually include the actual wireline of the proposed Ben Aketil repowering rather than what Ms. Platt included.
So does it come to this, that the graphic evidence you've supplied you think is better than Ms. Platt's photograph?
Well, it's in addition to Ms. Platt's photograph,
Okay.
well, which was taken from the Ben Scar. So I'm not entirely sure if the first photograph was hers or not, but certainly the second one, or the middle image of that, was extracted from Ben Scar. But again, I wanted, if the reporter was going to have a look at that image, I wanted the reporter to look at the image that was actually representing the proposed Ben Aketil repowering rather than the consented Ben Scar.
All right, I think I take your position there. Taking the next one, Flashider, your proposition, I think, here is that the other turbines reduce it from significant to not significant, the presence of other turbines.
Yes, moderate adverse, yeah.
How do you work that through logically? Why should the presence of the existing turbines reduce the impact of the development from significant to not significant?
Because there's already a similar characterising influence, and therefore the contrast with the baseline is less.
The proposal is much bigger, it's much higher, it's much greater in extent, it's closer to MacLeod's tables, it stretches right across the hill, not to a confined part of the ridge. Do you seriously say that the existing, well, you've said it here, I agree, I do not consider the effect would be significant due to the presence of other operational turbines in the landscape. Isn't what is proposed here actually going to make it more significant?
So we're not assessing the combined impacts, we're assessing the additional impacts. I think that's part of the difference.
Maybe that's a matter for submission. Just to clarify, North Mingonish, the third bullet point, you agree with moderate adverse, but you do not consider the effect significant due to distance. That's 11.4 kilometres, I think. Ms. Pratt says that. Ms. Pratt says that is significant. And the extent of screening, you say, is that topographical screening you're talking about, or vegetation screening, or what?
A little bit of both. So the viewpoint itself, which we've taken, that viewpoint 11, that was taken from a position that is quite elevated on the North Mingonish. So it's representing the sort of greatest extent of views. But there are other locations within that area where are much lower and much more screened. So again, that viewpoint is illustrating the greatest of those effects, because that is best practice to make sure that the viewpoints are illustrating the greatest extent, but recognising that not all receptors in that North Mingonish will get that sort of level of impact.
But if she's using the most exposed viewpoint, or the viewpoint that gives her the best view, the biggest view, is that not best practice? She's showing the worst case, in other words.
Well, it's not worst case. So our assessment should be accurate to the actual situation that the receptors are experiencing. I think there's also a fair amount of there's also a bit of screening in that the full extent of the development isn't visible. I think that's the other thing in that particular viewpoint, that it's the tops of the turbine. So it's a combination of both of those.
So that's one for the reporter to visit, make his own judgment.
Very much so.
Do you have anything else to say about 11.4 kilometres as a distance for reducing impact? I think, we've talked a lot yesterday about distances, and we had 7 and 10 and so on. This is 11.4 as it happens. Do you say there is a marked reduction in influence over, say, 10 kilometres? You've just said, in this passage, you've said due to, there's a word missing, significant due to the separation distance and extent of
yes,
screening.
that is, separation distance will have a play a part in terms of reducing, because obviously the further you are away from those turbines, the less influence they are going to have on that particular receptor. But it isn't just separation, it isn't just distance, that's not the only factor. It is about layers of intervening vegetation, it's about focus of views, it's about whether it's in the sort of key eye line or key views. So again, a range of different things, as well as if you're actually thinking about it not just from a particular viewpoint or a particular location, it's actually about how it's experienced across the receptor.
You're generalizing in that answer in relation to this specific location and the specific distance. Do you say it makes a difference? 1.4 kilometres? Say between 10 and 11.4? What I'm trying to understand is your position about what you call separation distance. Is it important at that distance to diminish impact? Or does it actually not make much difference?
I don't actually understand your question. I Could you rephrase it and then I'll...
My fault, and I'm sorry if I've not been clear. You say here, I do not consider the effect significant due to the separation distance, right? Now,
and extent of screening. So both
yes,
of those things.
But I'm only focusing on distance question at the moment. So 11.4 kilometres is, we know that's the distance, and I think you'll agree that. Yes.
As to that viewpoint.
So to what extent, if you're able to quantify it in any way, does that sort of distance diminish the impact of, does it eliminate the impact? Does it simply reduce it? Or is it just a question of minor degree?
Well, the distance gradually reduces the impact.
Yeah, but without generalizing, which I know that, and of course that's obvious, but in this particular case, do you actually say that because it's 11.4 kilometres and not 10 or 9 or 8 or 7, that the impact is significantly reduced? It's obviously going to be less of an impact because it's a bigger number, it's a bigger distance. But is it significant? Is it actually material?
Yes, the distance is material.
How material is it? How much does it matter?
So it's one of the factors, certainly, that affects scale of change, and we've set that out in our methodology. I think it is just one of the factors. It's not the only factor. There are many, as I've just said, other factors, but distance is it's an important factor.
I'm not sure we're going to come together on this, but it's my fault because I've not put it to you in a way that you're getting it. We'll just leave it just now. I may come back to it. Looking at the last bullet point, we talk about Colbost. The Council and the applicant agree that the effect would be moderate adverse, and I believe the assessment of major moderate to be an overestimate. Given the extent of screening and setback of the proposed development, the effect would be not significant. So here we've gone from significant to not significant, but I'm not sure I understand why you reached that view.
Actually, can I say that it is significant? Apologies. Yeah, it is significant. So I have assessed it as moderate and significant. So yes, so apologies. That is a mistake. So for Colboss, I've assessed it as moderate and significant.
Right.
So I think it's just that it's major moderate that I have an issue with, rather than whether it's significant or not.
Yeah, I read this several times, and
so
there's something wrong with it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're right. Thank you.
That's a relief. Sorry about that. I can move into your conclusions. 4.1.2. This is a bit of a childish question, but you use the expression relatively modest. Can I suggest to you that's not appropriate? It's not a relatively modest repowering. Changes in height and extent and whatnot are pretty major, are they not?
So they are, certainly the change in height, they are essentially doubling the height of the turbines, but they are reducing the number, and it is still relatively modest. I do believe that it is a relatively modest repowering. Whilst I do appreciate that turbines are significantly larger, they've doubled in size, they've not actually extended, and compared with a lot of repowerings, they've been much more ambitious, and I think that has respected the sensitivity of the local landscape.
But you haven't made a comparison with other repowerings. This is a development which, as you've acknowledged, is considerably higher, you haven't maintained the continuity of the existing proposal, the existing wind farm, in its simple layout. Not produced a linear layout, it's an array now, so it's different. And I think yesterday, in response to my letter from Mr. Finlay, you moved from continuity to similarity in describing the proposed array. Is that fair?
So, no, that was actually in my evidence in chief.
That wrong, sorry. You stick relatively modest?
Very much so.
Just that you don't sell yourself short, Miss Anderson. Really? That's
Yes.
not a very professional question, but really? Relatively modest repowering in this location?
Yes.
You say the approach demonstrates that the applicant has embedded appropriate design mitigation. We discussed this word on a previous occasion. I think we understand it to mean that the process of iterative design gives you a starting point for the development which has taken into account as many of the issues as possible before you build. Is that right?
Before
The word embedded, I'm anxious just to pin it down so we understand what you mean by it. Perhaps you can explain it.
So that's the mitigation that's been incorporated into the proposed development as we have submitted it. So rather than something that's layered on in addition to, it's something that's already incorporated into the design that we have put forward. Or I guess to put another way, it's mitigation that's already included and not something that has to be added secondary.
And we'll see the process of that iteration or embedded design in the EIA, won't we?
We actually, so developers take different approaches. Obviously, we've been working on doing wind farm design for, I've been working for about 20 years, but obviously the practice has been doing a bit longer. And different developers take different approaches to how they include mitigation and how they take forward a design. So some developers don't do much before scoping, and they put in a scheme that's pretty much just maximising the site in the plan. Others take a more considered approach before they go into scoping and certainly the developer in this situation was very much aware that the existing proposal was a landscape-led scheme, a landscape-led design, and so they did approach Stevenson Halliday to carry out some early feasibility in order to shape the design, in order to ensure that it was as well a landscape-led approach, so that was maintained through the EIA. So in this case, you probably don't see as much landscape iterations, but that doesn't mean that it hasn't taken place. And in this situation, that took place before the scheme even went into scoping.
So you are telling the inquiry that the ultimate design, which we're considering, the predominant influencing factor is the landscape.
Yes.
Thank you. You used the word localized, the demon word in 4.1.3. Is it in there in NPF4 and one of the planners told you to put it in?
As it happens, it's we've been saying for a lot of years, actually. But yes, we still continue to use it.
That's quite the question I asked you, but it's become a bit totemic, hasn't it? Because it appears in NPF4 in relation to overall acceptability. I'm not asking you to make a judgment of overall acceptability. Is this in here that the localized development, visibility and landscape impact, because it's part of the planning formula, part of the algorithm of planning to be applied to this case?
Yes, I do genuinely believe that it is localised. Again, I've set out in my inquiry report how I consider localised and how I understand localised to be, and mainly that's sort of geographic extent and also the sort of nature of the receptors affected. So again, reading other judgments about what may be considered localised in landscape and visual terms, again, have fed into that. But yes, I do believe it is localised.
It's very difficult to do a 180 or 200 metre development and seriously call it localised because its visibility is so great. Is that not the inherent difficulty?
Certainly, the larger the development, the greater the effects are likely to be. So it is relative to the scale of the development. I'm certainly willing to agree to that.
How long is sky, do you know? Top to bottom? It's not a fair question. If you take it from me, that it's about 70 kilometres. How long is this development? End to end?
I can measure it for you if you'd like. I don't know off the top
You
of
don't
my
know
head.
off the top of your head. All right, it's all right. We can all do it later on the map. 4.1.7, are you asking us here to differentiate between schemes which are at different stages in the planning process?
Yes.
Isn't that contrary to guidance? Doesn't guidance tell us that we must take account of everything that's, in inverted commas, in the planning system?
I'm not saying not to consider it. I'm saying, but it's worth bearing in mind the different status that different projects will have, and it's worth understanding the difference in certainty with regard to things that are operational, obviously, are there, and there's a degree of certainty there, but things that are consented perhaps have a greater degree of certainty versus things that are, or sites that are in just proposals. And particularly with regard to sites at scoping where there is very little certainty about what may or may not come forward.
But that would necessitate a reporter making an investigation into matters that are not before him, wouldn't it? I mean, if we take a random example, the wind farm at Breakish, for example, which is further away certainly. If we were to look at that, we would have to find out whether it's still at scoping or whether it's advanced or whether the design has frozen or whether it's intended to build it. Is it financial? Has it reached financial close? You know, all the questions that go into development. You don't want a reporter to do that for each of these cases, do you?
Certainly Breakish hasn't been included in the cumulative assessment, so I don't think that's particularly relevant. But again, I guess what I'm meaning by this is there are a lot of schemes at different stages in the planning process. Some of them are at scoping, such as Edinburgh repowering, compared with those which are in planning, compared with those that are consented and those that are built. So it's just bearing in mind that each of those different sort of stages represents a sort of degree of less certainty that that particular project will come forward in the form that we are currently looking at.
But by definition, you're asking the reporter to look at that and to give different weights to different projects. In this proposition that you advance at 4.1.7, Mr. Seaton hasn't got material in front of him looking at, for example, Glenulinish 1, Glenulinish 2, Ben Scar, the redesign of Ben Scar. He hasn't got that material in front of him. How can he make an analysis and give different weight to different projects?
Well, he has all of that information in front of him in the updated cumulative material in the additional information too. So he has all of those different sites. So we've done a set of baseline wire lines of the consented scenario. We've done a set of wire lines for the proposed scenario, and therefore that material is before the inquiry.
All right. And you expect some analysis then of different weight, or some conclusion of different weight for different projects. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not asking him to weight things differently, but I am asking the reporter to consider the certainty of those different developments at different stages. So you don't need to go into the individual proposals themselves, but I think the difference between something that's consented and something that's proposed and something that's scoping is relevant.
You're very clear. You say it is important to differentiate between the assessment of cumulative effects arising from proposals which have different degrees of certainty. And that necessarily means they've got to be weighed, don't they, by the reporter?
Well, that's for the reporter to judge, and for the planner, I'm sure Mr. Bell will have made something. I'm not sure if he has. I haven't read it in full, but I think it's in reading the other inquiry reports of other witnesses. Certainly Mr. Fitzpatrick and Mr. Daly don't even carry out an assessment of the scoping stage proposals because they don't feel that it's relevant. So I guess I think that is useful to understand that there are certain types of developments at certain development levels which are less relevant and therefore given less weight. But again, that's really a matter for the planning to
Yes, it's really a matter for submissions and the planners, isn't it?
In terms of weight, yes.
I don't think anything new arises out of your last paragraph, does it? 4.1.8, you're just drawing everything together there.
That's correct, yeah.
Thank you very much, and much obliged.
Thank you.
Thank you. I may have a couple of questions. I think, well, you were asked about assessment of the sensitivity of a receptor by Mr. Campbell, and I wondered if it would be helpful just to take us through an example of your judgment on a particular receptor. I was wondering, if you could suggest one, but perhaps if you could go through the judgment of the significance of the sensitivity of the receptor at Flashadder, perhaps that would be a good example. and just talk through your judgments about how you arrived at the conclusion that you did about its sensitivity.
So if the reporter would like to look at the original LVIA, and that is CD 1.2, and that's chapter 6. Page 620. So, have you got that? Yeah. So at the top where it says visual receptor groups, so that starts at, if you have a look at paragraph 6.7.63, we say where we do introduce in the first paragraph, but in the second paragraph we say, unless noted differently, these visual receptors are considered to be of high stroke medium sensitivity as a result of a high susceptibility to change and a community value of the view. And so for most of the visual receptor groups, unless there is something, as I said, noted differently, then that's generally how we've considered the receptor sensitivity of those receptors. So again, that would apply to flash ADER, where we consider them to be of high susceptibility and of community value. I can, if
Sorry.
you...
Sorry, sir, to interrupt, but we didn't get the paragraph number.
Paragraph 6.7.63 on page 6-20. And if you wanted to understand how we combine those two judgments to come up with the sensitivity of high stroke medium, that is included in our methodology, which is Appendix 6.1. Would you like to go there? So Appendix 6.1 is CD 1.7. That's in the appendices.
6.1 of this chapter, yeah.
Appendix 6.1 of this chapter, yes.
Appendix,
Appendix, yeah, sorry, it's 6.1, yeah. CD 1.7. So that's paragraph 29. So visual effects starts on paragraph 25, and again, there's a bit more of detailed description about value of views and susceptibility. And then under paragraph 29, there is a table which shows how we combine those factors to come up with sensitivity of a particular receptor. Does that answer your question?
Well, can you just tell me how the receptor at flash adder is defined? What has that value? what has that value for sensitivity? What is the receptor itself? Is it settlement at flash adder?
Yes, so in that case, it'll be the settlement at flash adder. So again, there are a few, I don't think so. Yeah, it's the flash adder and Kildowen, so there's that sort of area itself. Again, there was no, so again, in looking around that area, the assessment of that particular receptor is in Appendix 6.5, where again, we look at that sort of general area, and there's no visibility at Brabos or Fanks. And then it just describes a little bit about the settlement, where again, a bit of description about how the properties face, the fact that they're dispersed properties, key views, and then a description of the potential impacts. And then the final paragraph is an assessment of the scale of change and the extent.
Sorry, could I ask the witness for the page number?
Yeah, so that is Appendix 6.5, and it's page 2, and it starts at paragraph 13.
And it's from this text that I should draw how you arrived at the assessment of susceptibility and the assessment of value.
Sorry, no, that's the actual assessment of effects. So again, the assessment of sensitivity, generally most of the visual receptor groups or local communities are of high stroke medium sensitivity. So, and yes, that's because we consider them, the residents, to be of high susceptibility to the change, but of community value. So that pretty much runs throughout unless there's a different assessment.
Right, and I think that answers what I was after. I do have another question in my mind, but I'm afraid it's rather half formulated, so I'm going to have to try and think through it. There was a bit of discussion last night about how this development setting a precedent for other developments, and I wonder if you would agree. Well, perhaps I need to ask you an open question. To what extent does the appearance of these turbines in the landscape set a precedent, or make more acceptable? Perhaps that's a better word. Make more acceptable in terms of visual impact the appearance of other proposed turbines in the landscape. Say if you're talking about the landscape of Loch Bracadale, if you're looking maybe from viewpoint 20 or viewpoint 21, is it your view that the appearance of these turbines in the landscape will make more acceptable the appearance of other turbines, say Glenwillinish 2?
Yes, I need to think about that. I'm just trying to give you a...
Take your time.
Yeah.
If you want to take a look at the viewpoint,
yeah.
if you find that helpful. let's see viewpoint 20.
Yeah, let's have a look at viewpoint 20.
So I guess we'd be looking at the wireline 20B.
So I guess this is really a question about cumulative effects and the way that one assesses cumulative effects. So in our assessment, we've considered both additional and combined. And I think if you consider the additional effect, if we were to say, assume that Aketil and Ben Ska as consented. So if both of those sites were consented together and that were to change the baseline, then there would be a slightly different baseline with which to judge, say, Ballymenic or Glen Ullinish 2 or Eden Bain repowering when that comes forward in future. And I think the additional effects
The additional effect of Glen Ullinish 2?
Yeah, of Glen Ullinish 2. I think there are a couple of things. So one is design, and there's always an aspect of design compatibility and how they would look together. That's one component of the cumulative consideration. If you were to assume that those turbines were in place, there might be...
Sorry, Sam. Could the witness just specify when she says those... Can the witness just specify what she means by those turbines are in place? Because she's talking... In other words, which schemes she's assuming are in place.
I think I was meaning Ben Aketil repowering and Ben Ska as consented. That's what you're really asking, isn't it? Yeah, thank you. If you were to come to do an assessment of, say, Glen Ullinish 2, and those were there, as well as obviously Eden Bain, which is operational, that would be part of the new consented baseline, as it were, right? It could be argued that the additional effects could be less, given that there's already potentially a precedent there. But certainly the combined impacts wouldn't be any different. They would remain the same because that's the different type of assessment. So one, you're assessing the entirety, and the other, you're assessing the additional impacts. But sometimes, as I've sort of mentioned in the sort of my evidence in chief about the difference between additional impacts and combined impacts, they are a different sort of assessment. And so I think it would very much depend on the actual design that came forward with Glen Ullinish. So again, one of the things that I pointed out is that the design is different, and that can sometimes have a greater adverse effect, whereas if the design is a little bit more in keeping, then it can lessen the effect. So again, cumulative effects can go up or can go down in terms of cumulative. So it could go up, the additional effects could go up if it seemed to tip the balance or seemed to have a greater effect. I've certainly assessed in our cumulative that Ben Aketil combined with Glen Ullinish would end up having a significant effect on the SLA. I do agree with the council on that point. Again, because of the sheer extent of turbines in the background. But I guess it's possible, but not necessarily guaranteed. Certainly in terms of an additional assessment, and it would make no difference to a combined assessment.
Yeah, in other words, sorry, just to clarify that last point, it's possible but not a guarantee that it would have a greater...
Additional effect. but it won't make any difference to a combined effect.
I think that's very helpful. I think I might raise, but not with you. I think it's a question for the policy session whether whether any kind of visual precedent or visual the kind of effect that we've discussed is a consideration for ministers in taking their decision on this development. But in terms of just to finish off this point, in terms of the effect, in terms of is it the height? If you consider, as I understood, that the additional effect of Glenulinish would be somewhat reduced if Ben Aketil was in the landscape, is it primarily the height of Ben Aketil's turbines that would cause that effect? Or is there some other reason?
Well, I mean, obviously Ben Aketil already exists. So, and again, one of the key differences really between the operational site and the new repowering is the height of the turbines. So clearly, really what we're assessing is a lot of that is the change in size of turbine. Especially comparatively, obviously it's different with the restored. But so that is in part the fact that it will have a greater influence. There's no doubt about it. Those larger turbines will have a greater extent of influence over the landscape. And therefore, if you're proposing turbines that are similar sized, then they might, again, there's more influence there. So, I mean, what's already there is Ben Aketil and Edenbane, which are already present in the landscape. So it's not, even the restored assessment still considers Edenbane is present in the landscape, even if we do consider a restored scenario of Ben Aketil. So I guess it really depends. The more turbines there tend to be in a landscape, the easier it is to sort of add more with a lesser overall change or extent. If, again, you're looking at the addition of each one of those incrementally, but it makes no difference at all to a combined assessment because that's just a total combined of all of those things other than technically Edenbane, which is already operational. So, again, that's the benefit of sometimes looking at both of those things to make sure that there is that the sort of balance there. I think there are a lot of decision makers that do like to consider both of those points. The Nature Scott assessment, says we should be focusing on the additional effects of the proposal. So, again, that's the direction from Nature Scott. But again, we've offered to include the combined assessment because we do find that decision makers do appreciate that overall. And again, a lot of councils and consultees do like to consider the combined effects for understandable reasons. So this one we've prepared both. Did I answer your question, or have I gone where else?
Yes, you did. I think you covered the Nature Scott point, didn't you? So I'll go back and look at that. So no, I think that covers what I was asking very well. Thank you very much. So, Wilson, do you have any re-examination?
Yes, I do. Thank you, sir. I wonder, perhaps, Ms. Anderson, we could just start with that latter point because it's probably one of the more complex to get through in terms of reasoning. First of all, just for clarity, you were discussing with the reporter that if one was considering Ben Aketil and Edenbane was already in, you're adding more. is easier to understand on an incremental basis. But you went on and said difference if you're doing an assessment based on combined effects. Could you just clarify what makes no difference in the combined effects?
Yeah, so a total combined effects assessment assesses the totality of the scenario that you're assessing. So you're not just incrementing one site to the next, but you're in fact assessing the whole of that particular scenario. So yeah, so what I'm saying is the question of would it make a difference, the answer is if you were doing a total combined assessment, it would make absolutely no difference. But if you were focusing on just the additional effects, then yeah, there is the potential for there to be a difference.
And could you just explain in what way there is that potential?
Well, as I said, with a total combined, and again, I read out that description of the difference between additional and total combined in my evidence in chief, my examination in chief. But yeah, so the answer is in a total combined, there would be no difference because you are looking at that, the totality of that scenario.
Don't forget your microphone.
Thank you. If we do that under reference of 220B, do you still have that?
Okay.
And in this instance, we can see the two wind farms that you featured in your answer, Ben Aketil and Ben Scar redesign.
Yes.
And in terms of your order of assessment, additional, you've been looking at those together.
Well, it's as I said in my evidence in chief, it's a little bit complicated. So the Nature Scott guidance is to add the operational turbines in grey to the baseline wireline, which I've done in viewpoint 20A, but that actually presents quite a complicated view, which means that it adds twice as many turbines in as would actually appear and creates this kind of, in my mind, a little bit of extra visual confusion, which in this situation I find not helpful.
I think what you're saying, Ms. Anderson, is that it's not helpful in that it's not representative of the effect should there be the repowering.
Yes, so the repowering with the consented Ben Scar. So as I said in my evidence in chief, in this particular situation, it's probably better to look at the Ben Scar redesign, even though I do appreciate that that's a proposal, because the difference between the Ben Scar redesign and the Ben Scar consented at this distance is relatively subtle. And so, again, so what I was saying when I was discussing it with the reporter was, although we were looking at this proposed visualization viewpoint 20B, and again we were looking at Ben Aketil, and what's illustrated there is the proposal rather than the consented. I was actually thinking, or I was certainly indicating in my mind that I was indicating towards the consented rather than the proposal per se, because the proposal hasn't yet been determined, and therefore, as I've gone through with Mr. Campbell earlier, I think is certainly in a different scenario than so the consented is definitely in a different scenario than the redesign, which is a proposal. But as I say, sorry, I'm making a meal of this, but I'm just trying to explain that it does get... Okay, that's fine. So yes, although you're looking at redesign, in your mind you should be thinking Ben Scar consented.
I think you said you were assuming Ed and Bean existing turbines were in the landscape rather than the Ed and Bean scoping repowering.
Again, I do appreciate, I mean, in the very early days of cumulative assessment, I remember doing an inquiry where we had about 200 viewpoints. Well, we had a whole set of viewpoints and every single different permutation was prepared but we don't do that anymore because it's just so much paper. But so I do appreciate that there's an awful lot of kind of visual juggling that you have to do to appreciate the different scenarios, and that can be very challenging. And yeah, I think it's just to try and keep the material sensible. So yeah, taking out, imagining, so you have to do a bit of visual juggling in order to imagine the scenario that you need. And so far as the report was asking you questions, as I understood it, it was based upon whether the consenting of Ben Aketil, repowering and extension, along with the Ben Scar consenting, could establish a precedent for the developments that have fallen behind, which I think are both in scenario 3 and scenario 4 for you. Yes, potentially, yep. And essentially,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that question actually.
Oh, sorry. I'm probably not looking directly at the microphone. Whether or not the Ben Aketil and Ben Scar and Ben Aketil and Ben Scar could lead to a precedent effect. I think earlier in your evidence in response to the questions, you mentioned the similarity of design between schemes. Yes. And if we look to the right of the wire lines and the proposed Belmana, so I think primarily Eden Bain Repowering and Glen Ullinish, what are the main differences in design as between Eden Bain Repowering and Glen Ullinish compared to what we see in the Ben Aketil and Ben Scar wireline? Well, I'm not sure if... So Eden Bain Repowering is still at scoping, and I'm not sure if any design work has actually been undertaken at all. Again, I can't confirm. I haven't been working on that job, so I don't know if any early design work has been undertaken in order to submit scoping. I might hazard a guess and say no by looking at the array. Whereas I know that Glen Ullinish too has carried out design work. They have submitted a proposal, and they definitely have a very different design approach than what we've done with Ben Aketil Repowering. As I say, due to the proximity of Ben Aketil Repowering and Ben Scar, we have designed those to be compatible with each other as they're seen together. And again, as I mentioned to the reporter when he asked, I think design does have an influence on the impacts, and so schemes that are well designed and work well together will look better in the landscape together, and that will lessen their impacts. And how would you describe the main differences in design between Glen Ullinish 2 and Ben Aketil and Ben Scar? I think Glen Ullinish 2 is a much larger array, and it's spread out over a much greater distance. I haven't spent a lot of time looking or reading about their design influence or their design chapter, so I'm not entirely sure what underpins it. But it doesn't have the same relationship as to underlying landscape as the Ben Aketil and Ben Scar do. It's perhaps more akin to the operational Eden Bain, which is a bit more irregular in shape and sort of winds its way through the moorland rather than a more regular even shape of both Ben Aketil Repowering and Ben Scar. But I had you noted in response to the reporter's question, which preceded us getting out wireline 2B, that you were indicating that there were a number of considerations that were relevant to looking on the one hand at the additional approach to cumulative, and on the other hand, the combined, total combined as you refer to it. You mentioned design. I don't think I noted anything else. Were there other considerations
we perhaps got distracted into 20B.
I mean, very similar considerations with regard to the assessment of the main magnitude of change are very similar considerations as to those with the cumulative. You're really just assessing a different scenario, and therefore the variables are slightly different, but the process is similar. So again, that's why in many cases when we look at the cumulative effect of Aketil repowering, it's often similar to the LVIA effect. Sometimes it does go up. Again, as I read out in evidence in chief, there were some examples where it's behind and perhaps it might go down. There are cases where it goes up, where the combination, where the additional effect, it can go up in terms of an additional effect, especially if it doesn't work well, or it perhaps produces a much wider effect overall. So there are times when it can go up, there are times when it can go down. So again, similar considerations.
So if I could just have a moment to recompile the environmental statement.
I'll put away viewpoint 20 now, sorry.
Yes. You were referring to your methodology, which is in Appendix 6.1 to 6.5.
Just Appendix 6.1.
Well, I think when you were answering the reporter's questions in relation to your analysis of the effects on settlements, you turned to the receptor groups at...
I think that was because I misunderstood what the reporter was asking me. So the sensitivity was actually determined in the LVIA, the main chapter, and I'm afraid I just didn't understand his question. But we got there in the end, I think so.
In general terms, what's your professional view as to which of the scenarios for the assessment of cumulative impacts is the most helpful at this stage of the consenting process?
So again, I feel that the additional effects are the most important, because that's what Nature Scott do indicate as being the sort of key effects. So in my mind, the additional effects are the ones that are most relevant.
So is that what you're asking, the additional effects against combined effects? Or, all right, okay.
I think I know where you're coming from. It wasn't related to scenarios, which was the question. Specifically, which scenarios?
Well, I think there's a greater degree of certainty with the consented scenario than there are with the proposed scenario, and I think very little certainty with regard to those at scoping. We often don't include those at scoping in the LVIA because they're just, there's often very little design or anything. So again, I think very little influence or certainty.
So relating that to the scenarios you'd be talking about, scenario 2 as being the one that's most helpful, scenario 3, some influence, something that you might take into account, but wary of the qualifications in respect to that.
Yes, that's correct.
You asked a number of questions from a learner from Mr. Campbell in relation to conclusions, and you were describing the way in which you took account of embedded design mitigation. Could you look please at paragraph 14.1.2 of your inquiry report? And that paragraph begins with the iterative design approach. So
that's all the way at the end of the conclusions?
Yes. How does that process, as you describe it there, relate to embedded design mitigation?
So yes, so that is essentially the embedded design. Well, the iterative design approach leads to the design that has been embedded into the project.
I'm sorry, could you give me the reference again?
14.1.2 in the conclusion section on page 54.
CD 13.1.
The inquiry report.
CD 13.1, yeah, conclusions at the very end.
And I think the question that I was putting to you was, to what extent does that paragraph describe embedded mitigation? And if you could just give your answer again to the reporter.
Yes, so the iterative design approach that has been adopted by the applicant is what embeds the mitigation into the design of the proposed development.
And in that context, you're explaining how different developers take different approaches, but the particular approach that you were encouraged to engage with, so far as the applicant is concerned, related to the embedded design prior to scoping, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So whilst there perhaps isn't as great a change in the iterative design that's illustrated in the EIA, i.e. between scoping and the final submission, then that doesn't necessarily mean that there hasn't been design work leading up to that. And in this case, they brought forward the landscape design as ahead of everything else in order to ensure that it was a landscape-led design.
And you list in that paragraph specific issues that you gave consideration to, such as, for instance, nationally designed landscapes?
Yes, nationally, again, ensuring that there would be limited impacts on nationally designated landscapes.
The Council's witnesses draw out the significant effects that are predicted by them, both landscape and visual. As an experienced landscape architect, was it a surprise to you to identify significant effects, either landscape or visual, with a scheme that's designed in respect of 200-metre high turbines?
No, not at all. You would expect all onshore wind energy, even for repowering, to result in significant landscape and visual effects, especially if you're not just replacing the turbines like for like, and you're in fact increasing the size of the turbines.
And you then address where the significant effects are relative to distances in 14.1.3 for landscape. Is that correct?
Yes.
And separately, 14.1.4 in relation to visual effects.
Yes.
Which is where you refer to extending out slightly to 11 to 12 kilometres to the west and south.
Yes, with the restored baseline. But that paragraph deals with both the comparative and the restored.
And so far as the restored baseline is concerned, what weight would you give to the conclusions in respect to the restored base? Not weight's probably not the right word for you. How relevant to the overall effects of the development is distance, in your opinion as a landscape architect, in terms of the extent of visibility?
Try and understand what you've just asked me.
Well, if I take you specifically to your conclusion at 14.1.4.
Yes.
You referred to the distance of 11 to 12 kilometres.
Yes. With the restored, yeah. So it extends a little bit further out with the restored baseline than it does with the comparative. Again.
Yes.
Yeah. Again, the reason for that is because the comparative assessment is a slightly different assessment baseline, and therefore you're assuming that the operational Ben Aketil is there. And so the additional effects, essentially the over and above effects, is the comparative. Whereas with the restored, you're assuming that it has been fully restored, and therefore you would assume that the site would be clear and clean, and therefore the effects do extend out a little bit as a result of that different assessment scenarios.
And in that connection, you were being asked a number of questions by Mr. Campbell in terms of localised, and your descriptor of localised. From a landscape architect's perspective, how are you using that phrase, localised?
Again, I've set that out in my inquiry report under, let's see, somewhere, where I think it's under methodology, but I think I've set that out in my inquiry report. Can't find it, but it generally is, it's about geographic extent and nature of the receptors affected. Yes, sorry, starting at paragraph 2.3.9. So I do appreciate that there, again, in discussions with Mr. Bell about where that comes from in MPF4, but again, it's about how I consider the term localized. And again, as I've set out, the judgment does take into account the scale of development relative to the scale of the impact.
Could you just explain that in more detail, that you take into account the scale of the development? By that, do you mean the height?
Sorry, in this case, that will be part of it, but also the number of turbines. So obviously, a development of 100 turbines is going to have a greater, set of impacts, a greater extent of impacts than 10 turbines. So it's overall the scale of the development, which again could include a range of things. You could have developments that have solar arrays attached, or there could be a whole range of things. But basically, it's about the scale. So yeah, could be height, could be number. It'll be a combination of those things.
Is that perhaps summarised in 2.3.13?
No, so 2.3.13 is just an aside that we use the word localised in our LVIA methodology, and just really clarifying that point, that when we say that in the LVIA methodology, we're not meaning localised in the planning sense or in the NPF4 sense. It's just part of our word scale. So, and again, making it really clear when we do use that term in the LVIA, it's capitalised, just to make everyone absolutely clear about that. So that's not what we mean.
Yes, and as was helpfully pointed out to me, 2.3.11 is the paragraph that sets out the factors.
Yes, that's correct.
You also asked some questions regarding Ms. Plack's different conclusion to you as regards distinctive terrain as a special quality within the SLA. This is an issue that was addressed by Mr. Daly in his evidence as well, as to what his conclusion was in distinctive terrain. Have you read that part of his evidence?
If you could remind me, I remember reading it. It's difficult keeping quite that much in my head, so I'm not.
You don't remember the conclusion?
I can't remember the conclusion, no.
We'll move on from that. Mr. Daly can no doubt confirm to us what his conclusion was. You asked a number of questions by my learned friend Mr. Finlay in relation to the Nature Scott consultation response. Have you considered that at the time of preparing your inquiry evidence?
Yes.
Was there anything in the content of it that caused you to revisit or reflect on the conclusions that you reached in your evidence?
Yes, very much. I've reviewed all of the consultation responses in detail in preparation for the additional information too, and I think that there were some additions that had been raised by Nature Scott as well as other consultees which we did incorporate and include into the additional information. So yes, anything that we felt that was important to decision makers we included. I think you'll see the viewpoints, the additional assessment, so those sorts of things. So yes, we did fully consider, as well as the reports of handling and the consultation response from the Council's landscape architect, amongst others, as well as the Community Council's responses and all of those.
Thank you very much. That concludes the evidence, the re-examination.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you.
Now, Highland, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Finley's evidence is next. Is it Mr. Daly who's on? Right. Okay. Grand. So I think we'll take a 15-minute break. Come back at 11:30, and Mr. Daly can get himself comfortable.
So just looking at the way the room's set out at the moment, it would seem to make sense for
Move the
Mr.
table
Daly
over.
just to sit where, well, I don't know, just the way with the audience behind, it maybe makes sense for him to sit where Miss Anderson is sitting at the moment. If that's...
Yes, yeah, that's
otherwise,
fine, yeah.
He'll be sitting with his back absolutely to the audience.
Yes,
If Milan Friend's all right with that, she'll have to
10%.
squint slightly to her right when cross-examining him.
If I get a pain in my leg, I'll let you know.
Okay, well, we've taken a little bit longer, so should we say 25-2, yeah, we'll come back. And it's Mr. Finlay to commence Highland Council's case on landscape and visual effects.
Thank you. So, my first witness is Andrew Daly, who's a chartered landscape architect with Ironside Farrar. So, from Mr. Daly, you should have an inquiry report, which is CD 14.2, and an inquiry recognition, which is CD 14.7. Although I think Mr. Daly has perhaps kept closer to the letter of your suggestion that there should be less than 2,000 words in the recognition than the previous witness, I wasn't going to ask him to read out his recognition either. But just to proceed to 4 points in evidence in chief, primarily which arise from matters at the inquiry. The first point was it concerns a point arising from the evidence in chief of Miss Anderson. There was a suggestion, Mr. Daly, that you may have muddled up or misunderstood the use of the words additional or combined when looking at cumulative impacts. Is that a criticism that you accept or not?
No, I don't accept that.
Perhaps you'd like to explain to the reporter how you've gone around in this reasonably complex scenario dealing with assessment of cumulative impacts in general terms.
Well, my approach to cumulative assessment is set out in my inquiry report, and on page 10 is the relevant page. And I set out here generally how I approach cumulative assessment. And I think the point in question that arose yesterday was whether my assessments considered the additional cumulative effect of the proposed development. And I think it's 4.17 where I set that out. And without reading the whole thing, this is to confirm that my assessments are based on the additional cumulative effects of the proposed development.
I'm grateful, thank you. There was then, again arising in the examination in chief of Ms. Hanson, there was a consideration of viewpoints 20 and 21, which were the additional viewpoints that weren't included in the original LVIA, and you'll recall my questioning to Ms. Anderson about that. But if we could go to to begin with, and for these purposes, I think, as Ms. Anderson was taken to the SNH photo montage visualizations, 20H is the relevant one. Now you're dealing with landscape impact, and this, as we can see from the just trying to pick it up from the the nearest turbine is 10 point, nearly 11 kilometres away at this point. Just to make it clear, as far as my understanding is concerned, you're not suggesting a significant landscape impact at this location.
That's correct.
But what do you say about how the extent of landscape impact that one can assess from this viewpoint in terms of the smaller landscape designations and indeed the seascape of Loch Bracadale?
I think principally it shows the turbines extending towards and intruding upon the smaller scaled coastal landscape, because you can see the turbines in relatively close proximity to the smaller features of that coastal landscape, the small crofting type settlement pattern, small houses, and also intruding into or towards the setting of Loch Bracadale.
The baseline photograph at 20A with Ben Aketil existing is compressed by comparison with that at 20H. How does the impact of the existing Ben Aketil turbines compare and contrast with those that are proposed?
I perceive them to be more firmly set back within the moorland landscape and with very minimal intrusion into the coastal landscape.
Right. It might be said to you that effectively the turbines are going to be in broadly the same location, so how can one appear to be more set back and the other one more intrusive? How would you respond to that?
Well, clearly relating to the size of the turbines, and also there is difference between the layout of the existing and the proposed development, with the proposed development more advanced towards the coastline.
Thank you. And could I ask you the same question with respect to the visualizations with respect of viewpoint 21? So looking at 21H and comparing and contrasting that, subject to the same caveat as the scalar photograph with 21A. Give the reporter a second to get. SNH visualizations are difficult enough to navigate in a room, but on site even more so. So again, just in this instance.
Not a significant landscape change at this location.
But that aside, using it as for the same purposes as the previous, what does this show about the impact of the proposals on terms of impact on the smaller scale landscapes on which it borders, and indeed Loch Brachdale?
Well, I see the turbines again intruding towards this smaller scale coastal landscape, and the turbines are visible with smaller scale features, particularly houses, and the layout of the development is such that from this location the turbines appear to extend, I would say, towards the loch.
And yes, in your evidence, you've given much greater detail as to the extent of impact on both the various landscape character types, the seascape of Loch Brachdale, and the cumulative impacts. So I'm not going to ask you any further questions about that. The next matter, third matter, is again in Miss Anderson's evidence in chief. She was asked about to comment on the view from viewpoint 9, MacLeod's tables. So I think that's a different volume. Well, I think we can go straight to visualization 9G, which I believe is the one that Miss Anderson was talking to. Again, just so we're clear, are you suggesting a significant landscape impact at or in the vicinity of MacLeod's tables?
No.
No, that's clear from your evidence, but just so that's clear to others. But what do you say that the reporter can take from this perspective in terms of the impinging of the turbines onto the more sensitive and smaller scale landscapes?
I think from this viewpoint, because you can see the turbines with the smaller scaled features of the crofting landscape, these smaller scaled features tend to accentuate the size of the turbines.
I'm grateful. And then, lastly, by reference to that or any other visualization, that in the reporter's questions to in the reporter's questions, he was asking about the effect of, under the banner headline of precedent, but I'm not going to ask you in terms of whether precedent's an issue, but what would the impact be of larger turbines being permitted, either here or in Ben Aketil or Glen Ullinish or any of these, in terms of the impact on baseline and how then further proposals would be assessed?
Well, it means that the baseline becomes more greatly characterised by larger scales of wind energy development. And in turn, that would tend to reduce the susceptibility of a landscape to further wind energy development, and therefore reduce its sensitivity potentially.
So just to saying this is what has happened or what may happen, but you have Ben Aketil and Ben Scar quite close to each other. Does Ben Aketil serve to set in part the baseline for Ben Scar proposals in terms of the height of turbines, the existing Ben Aketil?
The existing Ben Aketil is part of the baseline, yes.
And then and the Ben Scar redesign proposals, I can't recollect what scale they're proposed at the moment.
150.
150. If they were permitted and built, would that then have an impact on the baseline for any then future proposal for Ben Aketil?
Yes, it would.
So in terms of permitting higher turbines, that could have a ratcheting effect in terms of the baseline for any other proposals that come along in the vicinity.
Yes, I think, as I said before, it's principally to do with the landscape susceptibility, because larger scales of wind energy become essentially a key characteristic of that landscape. So introducing further wind energy development is less of a change to baseline conditions.
We might focus on open questions, Mr. Finlay.
Sorry?
We might focus on open questions, Mr. Finlay. I wasn't. You didn't get an objection, so
Yes. It is noted, though, sir.
The no, I have no further questions for you, Mr. Day, open or otherwise.
Good afternoon, Mr. Daly.
Afternoon.
Just by way of a general question to begin with, as you know, Ms Anderson has stated in her report and precognition that she doesn't consider there are significant or widespread differences of opinion between yourself and her in relation to significance of effects. Is that something that you would agree with?
I think there are important differences in opinion.
And when you say important differences, are you talking about specifically the SLA?
I think the effects to the SLA and also effects to the character of Loch Aketil, the seascape character, they're probably the largest areas of difference.
And so far as the seascape is concerned, in the Council's objection, you introduced significant effects on the crofting landscape. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But that was not something that was identified in the objection?
Not explicitly.
Can I begin by just asking you a few questions as to the nature of your involvement? You say that you first became involved in 2024. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In 2.3, you say you were approached in late, this is in your inquiry report, sir, I should make it clear. These are references in your inquiry report. Paragraph 2.3, you say you were first approached in late 2024.
Correct.
So, how are you defining late 2024? Are we talking autumn, turn of the year?
I think it was before Christmas, but probably late in the year, yes.
Which makes me wonder about your site visits, and I think it may just be a mistake, but if you turn to 2.6 of your report, you see your understanding of the landscape and views affected by the proposed development was informed by site visits undertaken from the 3rd to the 7th of March 2024.
That's just an error. That should be 2025. I apologise.
I just want to be clear on the sequence of events. And what you confirm in your evidence is that 2.3 I'm looking at, you undertook an initial review of the planning application, the documents for the development and THC's grounds of objection. You were content to accept the appointment in February 2025. Excuse me. And you hadn't been involved prior to the public inquiry process.
That's correct.
So we're correct to assume or deduce from that you had no involvement in the preparation of the report to committee?
No.
And I presume also you had no involvement in terms of addressing the committee?
No.
When you reviewed the inquiry documents, was that the report to committee and the consultation responses from the other officers?
And Nature Scott and other, yes, yes.
And did you also consider the response from Historic Environment Scotland?
No, because it wasn't of particular relevance to my area of involvement.
Thank you. What you say in paragraph 1.5 is that by way of preparation, you looked at the landscape and cumulative effects insofar as they relate to the Council's objection.
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that the scope of your report, which is the bullet point above, we can tie in, or we should be able to tie into the Council's grounds of objection?
Well, they're principally related to the Council's reasons for objection, but I've been appointed to provide my own opinion on landscape effects that I think are relevant.
In paragraph 2.7 of your report, you say that you review and comment in detail on the effects of the proposed development, but you do not comment on its overall acceptability, which is the judgment for the decision maker, taking all material considerations into account. And we see that reflected in your report. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How did you reason through your decision to give evidence when the report committee was very much based upon recommending objection because certain effects were judged to be unacceptable?
The reports to committee reported on the likely effects of the proposed development and the key landscape and visual issues. So it's possible for me to take a view as to what the most pressing effects are relevant to the proposed development without considering whether they might be acceptable or not.
So would it be fair to say that you were looking at it from a fairly puristic point of view? That the witness was looking at it from a fairly purist point of view?
So when you say purist, could you clarify how you...
You were restricting your considerations to matters that you considered to be relevant to your discipline.
Well, clearly matters relevant to my discipline, yes.
To what extent did you take into account the extent of objections from the public?
From the public, I don't think I took account of any objections from the public.
And to what extent would you fairly state that your judgments were influenced by your professional background, which is, as I read your evidence, to be giving guidance to local authorities generally on landscape issues?
Well, it's guided by my experience of the landscape and visual effects of wind farm development.
So your general experience of assessing wind farm development guided your approach to this development, is that correct?
Well, my experience of wind farm development and my professional knowledge and judgment, I undertake LVIAs myself, so all of that information and background and experience.
And how many LVIAs have you undertaken in relation to 200-metre high schemes?
None.
Have you given advice in relation to the trend that is moving towards larger schemes?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I was asking the witness if he's given advice to the trend that is moving towards larger schemes.
When you say advice to the trend, I don't quite follow.
Planning authorities as to how to address it in the way that, for instance, Nature Scott has specifically addressed that change in approach on the part of developers and indeed decision makers.
Well, I undertake audits of wind farm applications for local authorities, and we advise on the likely effects of those schemes, whatever size they are.
Do you generally agree that one can detect a trend from going from, say, around 150 metres up to, and even above, 200 metres?
There's certainly a trend towards larger turbines, yes.
And would you also agree that it's a trend that's perhaps particularly noticeable when repowering schemes are considered?
My experience of repowering schemes isn't that great, but logically, yes, repowering schemes tend to be replacing smaller turbines with larger ones.
And from your experience, what is the trend in relation to larger ones? Is it 150 to 200 metres? 150 to 180 metres?
Well, somewhere in the range of 150 to above 150 to 200 metres.
Above
150, or 150 and above to typically 200 metres.
And again, in general terms, from that review, would you accept the proposition that turbines of 200 metres are inevitably going to lead to widespread significant effects on landscape? The number may vary depending on the location, but inevitably there will be an increase as to the significance of effects.
Well, the significance of effects depends a lot on the siting and design of a wind farm. So it's difficult to draw a firm conclusion that that is inevitably the case. But I accept that larger turbines tend to have a larger landscape and visual effect in general.
Would you accept that one of the ways in which there could be more of a fit between a proposal of 200 metres and the receiving landscape is to have embedded design and not wait until there's development proposed? If it helps to put into the language that Ms Anderson used, referring to embedded design as opposed to additional mitigation.
Well, embedded design is really the only way of mitigating effects from wind farm development.
I take it you're saying the only way, is that specific to landscape? It doesn't, for instance, include construction effects?
Yes, I'm just concerned with the permanent effects of a wind farm.
So having heard, Ms Anderson's evidence in response to Mr Campbell's questions this morning, and how she drew out the fact that it was an embedded design approach, I take it from your last answer you would accept that is the best approach for a 200 metre high turbine development?
Well, I would say embedded design also includes choices about the scale of the turbine, the size of the turbine that you deploy. So, I mean, there are a range of factors in the siting and the design of a wind farm and the scale of the turbines which will ultimately determine its landscape and visual effects. So I agree that, yes, embedded design is how you mitigate effects.
And if we think back to the viewpoint that we were looking at from Idrigal Point, and the spacing that one sees between, first of all, the turbines proposed for Ben Aketil, and then separately Ben Aketil and Ben Scar together. That is a design that has less of an impact than we see compared to the schemes on the right-hand side of that cross-section.
So is there a specific visualization I can refer to?
It's in the 20s. I think it's 20G.
20B.
20B, sorry.
That's 20G, is it? Yeah.
No, sorry, I was wrong. It's 20B. This was the wireline that the reporter was using for his questions. And if we see there, in relation to the wirelines for Ben Aketil and Ben Scar, we can see a difference in terms of the spacing of the turbines when compared to Glenulinish 2.
Yes.
And from Ms Anderson's evidence, that was a deliberate design consideration as to how to space the turbines. Do you accept that?
Well, I'll take what Ms Anderson said as to be true.
But specifically from that wireline, you can see the spacing is different to what we see in some of the other wind farm designs to the right of the wireline.
Sure, yeah.
And specifically in relation to Glenullinish, we see, as far as the turbines in that scheme alone, stacking, considerable stacking. Is that correct?
There is.
And compared to both Ben Scar and Ben Aketil together, there's limited stacking, correct?
From this specific viewpoint, yes, but viewpoint views are very specific.
Are you able to point to a viewpoint? Have you considered these before? I think you say in your evidence you considered them after your site visits.
Considered.
You considered the viewpoints produced by the applicant after your site visit.
Yes.
But have you considered these in the lead up to giving evidence?
I considered these viewpoints. Yes, yeah.
So, going back to the question I asked, are you able to point to a viewpoint that has been produced that you say illustrates more significant stacking? Or stacking that causes you concern?
I think, not specifically, but I often think that stacking is not I think visual impacts are of more concern than stacking. Stacking can contribute to visual impacts in a small way, but it's actually the scale of a wind farm development in a view which is of more concern than seeing turbines occasionally behind other turbines, because that inevitably occurs in wind farm design.
And did you also hear this morning Ms Henderson talk about how one design consideration in relation to Ben Scar and Ben Aketil, as illustrated in this wireline, as compared to the other wirelines, that there was more of a relationship with the landscape, with the underlying landscape?
Well, from this particular viewpoint, there aren't that many features of the landscape, I would say, that the wind farm would necessarily relate to.
Insofar as it's located on the moorland, as we know, the design respects, if you like, the flow of the landscape.
I don't see that as a particular aspect of the design that jumps out at me. I see turbines positioned in a moorland landscape. I don't see any particular flow in relation to a landscape feature.
And looking at it from the other perspective, you also don't notice from the wireline that it jars with any feature of the landscape.
Not of the moorland landscape. It's a fairly simple moorland landscape that's backdropping the turbines.
while we have these viewpoints out, in your evidence in chief this afternoon, you were asked to look at 20H. The photo montage of the proposed development. And compare and contrast, as I understand it, with the baseline visualization in 20 of the existing scheme. What I put to you, Mr. Daly, is that that's not really a fair comparison in terms of the effects of the proposed development, is it?
So, comparison between what and what?
A and H.
Sorry, I'm not sure what's unfair.
Well, you're not comparing like for like for a start. You're comparing apples and pears.
Well, I'm comparing the baseline to the proposals.
If I put the question in your language, what you're seeking to draw out are the differences with the new scheme, the new proposed scheme, and the existing.
That's true.
And the reason that it's not a fair comparison is that the proposed development as a repowering, as you've admitted in the introductory phase of your cross-examination, the repowering is always going to involve larger scale turbines.
He didn't actually say that. He was asked about trends, and it's not fair to say that he accepted that repowering will always involve larger turbines. It may well involve larger turbines. It's perhaps likely to involve larger turbines, but not will always involve larger turbines.
Yeah, I think that's what I heard too, yeah.
His qualification was 150 to 200 metres. To be fair, he accepted there be a change. And he said his general understanding from trends was between 150 metres and 200 metres.
As trained, yeah.
So the point I'm putting to you, acknowledging that this is a repowering proposal, there's going to be changes from the baseline. You accept that?
Sure, yeah.
So if the principle of repowering is accepted and acknowledged as to the justification for taking this scheme forward, then you are going to see changes in the landscape.
Yes.
And as this repowering scheme is for 200 metre turbines, those changes will invariably mark a significant difference to what is already there.
Well, I think the point is that I'm judging the effects to the landscape resource, and that really has nothing to do with trends. It is what it is. So whether it's fair or not, it is a factual assessment of the degree and the significance of the landscape change.
To what extent were you influenced by the consultation response from the Landscape Officer of Highland Council?
It was just one piece of information, but I wouldn't say it was very influential.
On what basis would you say it wasn't very influential?
It was one of many pieces of information, including the response from Nate to Scott, the report of handling, my own review of likely landscape and visual effects. So I'm saying it didn't have especially high weight in me drawing my conclusions.
Sorry, so this is another folder that's burst apart in transit. If I could just take a moment. Could you look please at core document CD 2.009? Sorry, 0.029.
I have that, yes.
We know from the report to committee that this was something that was taken into account in the report to committee. And so far as the landscape issues are concerned, we know that Anne Cowling is the officer with landscape responsibility within Highland Council. Is that correct?
As I understand it, yes.
Is this a scheme that you discussed with her at all?
No.
There's discussion about the development design. And there's reference to the layout failing to maintain design continuity, which has been addressed already in the evidence of Miss Anderson, where she cited that, she stated that she would go from continuity to similarity. Would you accept that's a more effective description? Or opposite description?
Well, I don't think that there's much continuity between the design of the proposed development and that of the existing, if that's the question.
No, the question was similarity, that there is similarity.
I don't think there's actually that much similarity.
In certain of the Y lines that we've looked at, you still perceive within the landscape a single row of turbines.
I actually don't think that's correct. I think compared to the existing Aketil turbines, where you very clearly see a single line of turbines extending along a ridge and up towards the hill, I think that perception is lost because there are two rows of turbines, meaning their spacing is more irregular, and also because their size is much larger. The relationship with the existing landscape features is lost, so the relationship to the ridge and to the hill are lost.
When you say they're lost, would it be fairer to say modified?
I think lost, because the relationship that was apparent, or is apparent, is not really there anymore, or wouldn't be there anymore.
Again, that would be based in part on technical considerations that had to be taken into account in the redesign. Do you accept that?
Sure, but that's kind of none of my business in a way.
When you say it's none of your business, do you accept as a landscape professional that consideration has to be given to the technical requirements that have to be taken into account in the design?
They do, but they don't affect the assessment of landscape effects. That's really my only concern.
Would you accept that there may consequentially be a conflict between energy production and energy yield and design considerations?
Yes, certainly. Yeah.
And you would accept that a designer would have to take those into account?
Yes.
If you go down towards the bottom of the second page, do you see the paragraph in which Ms. Cowling states that she is unable to support the proposed development in its current form? Is that a view that you wouldn't reach as a landscape architect advising on landscape issues? Or you wouldn't express a view on as a landscape architect?
I wouldn't express that view. I mean, I think it's slightly different because Ms. Cowling's a council officer, so perhaps that's what they do in Highland Council, but as a landscape architect, I wouldn't express that opinion.
And is that because you consider it out with your remit?
Yes, you're straying into acceptability, whereas my remit is effects.
And when she goes on to say she would encourage the applicant to revisit the design concept to look for a solution which has equivalent design strengths as the original development. Is that another view that you wouldn't express as a design professional, sorry, as a landscape professional?
Well, I think that's slightly different because we were talking earlier about embedded mitigation, and if you're trying to reduce effects, that may mean you might encourage a redesign or some changes to a design to reduce landscape and visual effects.
And one of her recommendations, in addition to revised design concept, is updated cumulative visuals and assessment, which has been done.
Yes, I understand it has.
In Appendix 5 to this report, which is towards the back, there are no page numbers.
Which document?
The report to committee.
Report to committee.
Which word?
So the report
What's the CD number? 230.
230. This is an assessment against the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance. Do you have that? Now, although there was a subsequent report to committee, in June of this year, this report was appended. Are you aware of that?
It's not something I recall or have knowledge of.
Is it a report that you've read?
I'm not sure if I've read this particular appendix.
There are a number of the criteria, design against criteria, listed in this table, but these aren't considerations that you've taken into account. Is that your evidence?
That's correct. I provided my own assessment against the criteria, but not these.
So in your opening part of your evidence, you say that you've given specific consideration to the grounds of objection. Are those as stated in the report?
In the report of handling, yes.
So although you haven't considered Appendix 5, you have considered the objections in Section 11 of the report.
I have considered. Let me just make sure I'm. Sorry, is there a page reference? 56. Sorry, thank you. Yes.
You're in section 11, recommendations.
I am. Yes.
And are these the reasons for objection that you considered prior to accepting instructions?
Well, these are the reasons for.
And I presume you didn't consider reasons 1 and 2 as they're out with your area of expertise. 3 is relevant to your area of expertise and what you're giving evidence on.
Yes.
And 4 is relevant to what you're giving evidence on as well.
Sorry, I've just lost the page. 3, yes. 4 is no, section is 4 is 3 because 4 relates to cultural heritage.
Well, you do express a view in your evidence on cultural heritage, not cultural heritage per se, but in relation to Dunvegan Castle.
I express an opinion on visual impacts in a view towards Dunvegan Castle, but I don't express any opinion on the cultural heritage significance of that effect.
Page A3. Appendix 2.
Yeah.
This is your event evaluation against the criteria of the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance. So this is what you referred to earlier at the time that I took you to Appendix 5 of the Council's report. So these are your opinions against the different criteria that are looked at. And criterion 3 involves values, natural and cultural landmarks are respected. These are the criteria. Development should seek to achieve a threshold where the development does not by its presence diminish the provenance of the landmark or disrupt its relationship to its setting. And then we have your assessment in bold, where essentially you conclude that that threshold's not met. Is that correct? Because it's in bold.
It's in bold, but it's qualified at the beginning.
Well, the heading to the table is very clear. Text in bold is where the threshold has not been achieved. Is that correct?
That's what it says.
So that's your opinion, that the threshold has not been achieved?
My opinion is that the proposed development would result in a significant adverse visual effect to views of Dunvegan Castle across Loch Dunvegan.
That's measured against the criterion of the development, not by its presence diminish the prominence of the landmark or disrupt its relationship to the setting. Is that correct?
Sorry, was that the measure? The development does not by its presence diminish the prominence of the landmark or disrupt its relationship to its setting.
To put it in simple terms, that's your test. that you're applying?
I think it's fair from a landscape point of view to identify a significant visual effect. So if a view contains an important cultural heritage landmark, it's a valid part of the assessment to identify a significant effect. So a cultural heritage feature can have value and add value to a view. So a significant effect in a view towards that feature is a valid consideration.
Is that how you've interpreted the Council's criterion in this guidance?
If I'm reading the measure, evaluating effects to settings of cultural heritage features or any feature in the landscape is a valid assessment or a visual impact to a view that contains a notable feature in the landscape. That's a valid consideration for a landscape architect to consider.
With respect, that seems to be a heavily qualified answer to my question. It sounds to me more like a justification as to why you're using a significant effect, whether it's landscape or visual, as the basis for your judgment that's then expressed in the evaluation.
Well, I'm quite clear in my evaluation that I'm making a judgment about the visual effect, not about any cultural heritage effect.
You are predominantly, though, giving evidence on landscape. Why was it you asked, assuming you were asked, why was it you considered that it was appropriate for you to address the visual effects associated with potential impacts on Dunvegan Castle and designed landscape?
Well, because I was providing the evaluation against the criteria that Appendix 2 of my report refers to. So I addressed all of those criteria.
Insofar as you were looking at the significant adverse visual effects, you're essentially talking about the viewpoint 10 that features and is central to the evidence of Mr. Brocky.
Yes, this refers to viewpoint 10.
Did you give consideration to Mr. Brocky's evaluation in reaching this view?
No, I just considered whether it was significant or not.
Did you make use of Mr. Brocky's own visualisations in the appendices to his evidence?
No.
But what you seem to be saying is that you considered that when addressing disruption to the relationship to its setting, you considered visual effects were relevant.
Well, it's a view to Dunvegan Castle from where there is a significant adverse visual effect. And Dunvegan Castle is a cultural heritage landmark. So that means that view is important and sensitive, so it should be considered in an LVIA.
You referred to in an LVIA, but are you aware that not government guidance, Historic Environment Scotland's specific advice on looking at setting addresses this issue in terms of significance of it, or relevance, or otherwise of the materiality of adverse visual effects when looking at setting?
Well, no, I've not referred to HES guidance on setting because I'm not concerned with cultural heritage.
Would you accept on that basis that it would be appropriate to delete from that final column your judgment on the effect on setting if you don't know the relevant H guidance related to setting?
I think my evaluation is factually correct, so I don't see anything that I would delete. No.
You say you think it's factually correct, but part of that factual matrix must necessarily involve an understanding of what is the setting of a heritage asset, or how you define the setting of a heritage asset.
Well, I refer to setting in the text, but setting isn't necessarily, setting can be a landscape term as well. GDLs are the character of gardens and design landscapes and heritage features in terms of changes to their setting are often assessed in LVIAs in terms of what is the actual, like, is there physical change to a setting in terms of character but not heritage significance. So my assessment is not relating to heritage, it's relating to landscape and visual only.
What I'm trying to test with you, Mr. Daly, is what weight we should attribute to your opinions on this issue.
In relation to cultural heritage significance, I mean, no weight, because that's not my expertise. That's Mr. Brockie's.
And that's why I put it to you that if the reporter accepts from the other evidences to be led in the next inquiry session that Historic Environment Scotland, the statutory consultee's advice is that it is inappropriate and wrong to equate significant visual effects with an adverse effect on setting, then the question that I put to you is, that would mean that your comment on setting at the end of the final column is not a relevant consideration for the reporter on cultural heritage.
So please don't answer that question. It's misleading because actually what Historic Environment Scotland hasn't said it's irrelevant, the visual impact on setting. You just shouldn't equate the two. So whilst my own friend put the point correctly in respect of Historic Environment Scotland's advice that you shouldn't equate the two, it doesn't follow from that as a matter of logic that the impact, the visual impact, is irrelevant or an immaterial consideration. And I raise that point because Mr. Daly has made it crystal clear he's not giving evidence on cultural heritage impacts. So with respect, it's unfair to cross-examine him with respect to the advice of Historic Environment Scotland. He has been entirely fair in saying you should give no weight to his view in terms of cultural significance. Cross-examination is from my own friend. She wishes to pursue the point, but she must pursue it fairly, and with respect, that question was unfair.
I don't accept that, sir. The question was linked to setting in the context of Historic Environment's advice. And the simple point is that Mr. Daly has accepted that he's not looked at setting, as that phrase is known from a cultural heritage perspective and which his language specifically links it to, shouldn't be given weight because it's not linked to the cultural heritage considerations.
If we go back to the question, I think the question and Mr. Finley's objection was about the issue of the relevance of significant environmental effects to judgments on settings. Is that not yeah? Oh, okay, right. That's fine. If that wasn't the question, that wasn't. If that wasn't the question, that's fine.
Thank you. Having discussed it with my instructing solicitor, if I can put the question this way, and hopefully it won't be objected to. Mr. Daly, would you accept that one should not, in accordance with HES's advice, conflate significant adverse visual effects with the effect on setting?
To be honest, I'm not really that familiar with the HES advice.
But perhaps I could ask a question here, if that's okay. I don't want to interfere with your cross-examination, but I just wondered.
I'll be grateful.
Obviously, what I understand from this table is that you're making a finding there that on criterion 3, the proposed development doesn't meet it, and that the reason you set out is in bold. And the measure for the criterion is the extent to which the proposal affects the fabric and setting of valued natural and cultural landmarks. So I understand you're taking Dunvegan as a cultural landmark. So what was the setting that you judged that by, or did you judge that by a setting at all? Or what was the judgment you made if it wasn't related to the setting? That's two questions, actually. Perhaps you could answer both.
Well, I think as a landscape architect, you can make a judgment as to what forms the setting in the landscape terms of a cultural heritage feature. And my assessment was that there is a significant visual impact in a view towards a cultural heritage landmark and its landscape setting. I'm not sure.
So so what was the setting?
Well, it's the GDL setting, the landscape of the castle.
So the castle and its garden.
That's right.
Just so I'm clear, are you saying that it was the setting provided by the GDL upon which you considered there was a significant adverse visual effect?
I'm simply saying that there is a significant adverse visual effect in a view towards Dunvegan Castle and its landscape setting.
And that view towards Dunvegan Castle and its setting, i.e. the GDL, is how you reach the conclusion on setting.
If I look at the measure, the development does not, by its presence, diminish the prominence of the landmark or disrupt its relationship to its setting. So I'm not making, again, I'm repeating, I'm not making a judgment on the heritage setting, but in my view, the proposed development diminishes the prominence of the landmark. In a purely visual, it detracts from the cultural heritage feature.
You said earlier during your course that it disrupted the relationship to its setting, i.e. you're evaluating the visual effects which you say disrupt the relationship to its setting. So you're saying it disrupts the relationship to the GDL?
Well, the turbines sit above the GDL, so it clearly has some disrupting effect on the castle and its landscape setting.
This may seem internally precise, but I think it is quite important when using these phrases to be clear. Its setting, when you say it sits above a wooded area. Are you saying it disrupts, are you treating the wooded area as part of the setting?
Well, it's woodland, yes, it's got an area of garden design landscape in the view.
It would help if we look at the viewpoint. So is this a point that you want to break or?
Oh, but I did wonder if maybe once we finish this topic, we could wind up for lunch. Yeah.
So I'm looking at 10E. 10E, the photo montage. Do you have that? Is it 10E? Is this the viewpoint that you were referring to when you prepared this bit of your evidence?
Yes.
And what are you treating as the setting?
Well, it's the wooded area behind the castle. Is it its immediate setting?
The wooded area behind the castle? And what extent of the wooded area? Immediately behind, or as it encroaches up the hill?
Well, there's a substantial woodland behind the castle which forms its setting.
Immediately behind the castle, are you referring to?
Well, also to either side of the castle.
And would you agree that from this viewpoint, well, first of all, can I ask you this question? Is this photograph, the basis upon which you reached your views?
Well, I've also visited the viewpoint.
You mean you've gone into the castle and into the designed landscape?
No, I visited the viewpoint.
So just the viewpoint?
Yes.
Except from this viewpoint, you don't discern the features of the designed landscape?
No, but the woodland is part of the setting to the castle. In a landscape point of view, it's clearly something that's associated with the castle.
Have you visited the castle?
No.
And we can see from this photograph that there is in fact a rocky promenade immediately in front of the castle.
Yes.
So based on the witness's confirmation that his assessment was purely on the basis of this photograph, I don't intend to ask any further questions on that point.
Are you content to pause for lunch now? We'll adjourn for lunch, and we'll have, well, it's 1:10 now, so we'll come back at 2 o'clock.
So I wonder if I could raise a preliminary issue, as it may have a bearing. Sorry.
Yes, of course.
It may have a bearing upon the nature of questions that might be asked, but I understand from those instructing me that they have been advised that the Eden Bain application to the consents unit has been advised that withdrawn, I think, is not the appropriate phrase because of the stage at which this is at, but that they have intimated that they put it as... I was trying not to be too definitive. It's unlikely to be pursued on the basis of the information available at the moment. It seems to be under review. I'm sorry?
It says on the ECU website, the application will not be addressing the report.
Yes.
It says the application will not be submitted.
Will not be permitted?
Will not be submitted.
Oh, submitted. Okay, right. That was quick.
very peremptory decision that would do you out of a job, sir.
For our purposes, it's been withdrawn and need to be considered, presumably.
Well, thank you for letting me know. And
It may not make a lot of practical difference because I think there seems to be general agreement that those in scenario 4 are being given limited weight at this stage in the process and limited attention in terms of what the implications might be. Thank you.
Sorry.
Mr. Salt.
Yes, can you put the microphone a little bit closer? Because it is very hard for people to hear. Okay. It needs to be right there.
Well, it's not possible to move documents when it's there. Mr. Daly, we were, or had been addressing the issue of Dunvegan Castle just before lunch, which was something that featured within the part of your evidence, which I've temporarily misplaced in Appendix 2, regarding the effects on the criteria on the THC onshore wind energy. And as we see from that appendix, I think it's fair to say that the remainder of your issues are related to landscape, i.e. the ones where you've drawn conclusions as shown up in bold.
There are some visual considerations as well, so landscape and visual.
And was it for the purposes of addressing these criteria that you strayed more into assessing visual effects?
Well, visual effects are relevant to the assessment of effects to the SLA designation. So it wasn't solely to address these criteria.
And if we just go through the different evaluations specific to landscape, the first one, criterion 2, in which you reach a conclusion, that's linked to cumulative effects on the character of Loch Bracadale. And is it fair to say that there's significant adverse visual effects to views across the loch? You're referring to views across Loch Bracadale.
That's correct.
And that's where you're giving specific regard to visual effects.
Yes, that's correct. Well, that point is relating to landscape and visual, yes.
So is it also cumulative visual?
So, sorry, just wondering that there seem to be two criterion 2, so presumably that's meant to be criterion 1, that one.
I'm sorry, that's my misnumbering. So the first criterion 2 should be criterion 1.
Sorry, in both instances, you're referring to cumulative effects, both in terms of landscape and visual.
Well, the wording is significant adverse cumulative landscape effects to the character of Loch Bracadale. So my assessment is that there would be significant cumulative effects to the character of the loch. And I don't refer specifically to to cumulative visual effects.
So should we take visual effects to be an assessment of the solus effects of Ben Aketil?
I think that would include cumulative visual effects as well.
On that basis, in relation to that, those are you referring to?
Well, it would be both scenarios. So that would be, so scenario 2 and scenario 3. So existing and consented, as in that scenario 2, then scenario 3 is adding applications in planning.
Just to be clear on your use of cumulative, are you referring, deal firstly with the landscape, to those schemes that you've looked at in addition?
If you mean, are the significant cumulative effects of the proposed development additional cumulative effects? Yes. So
Visual is concerned, is that additional or in combination?
it's referring to additional effects.
Turning over the page, your evaluation in relation to the SLA. You say significant effects of this class to be on the interior moorland landscape to the more sensitive coastal landscape at Loch Bracadale. You touched on this in your evidence in chief about how from certain perspectives you consider it impinges upon the coast. That was in a summary of your evidence. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Could you look please at a photo montage that you didn't look at previously, which is viewpoint 9, 9G. 9G. G for golf. This is MacLeod's table from a different perspective than the ones down towards Loch Bracadale that you were referring to. Do you accept that from this perspective it's apparent that the wind farm is looked at in the context of the moorland, background moorland landscape?
Yes.
And from this perspective, it doesn't as you put it, impinge on the coastal fringe?
No, it appears removed from the coast from this viewpoint.
Does that not help to illustrate the reasoning behind doing wire lines or photomontages from different viewpoints because of the different perspective?
Well, I think the purpose of viewpoints is to represent views from different, principally visual receptor locations, but also to illustrate views from the wider landscape.
Can we agree that this is a view from the wider landscape?
Yes.
And from the wider landscape, it doesn't appear to impinge on the coastal fringe?
Well, from this particular viewpoint, yes, I agree.
I don't think that we need to go back to any viewpoint. You list as being 9, 20 and 21, which we've essentially looked at a number of times. But your evaluation is that the 200-metre turbines would appear of an overwhelmingly large scale compared to that of the coastal crofting landscape. The viewpoint that we just looked at regarding MacLeod's table, on what basis, what factors do you take into account in using the phrase overwhelmingly large scale?
Well, I touched on this in my evidence in chief, and it's really relating to other features that are visible in the landscape in a similar part of the view. For me, principally, from this viewpoint, it is the small-scale housing that is visible in the more lowland areas.
That is the main factor that's led you to that conclusion.
Yes.
And when you say overwhelmingly, is that from those living in the properties, residents, or is that from the perspective of a wider perspective, a wider receptor group?
Well, this is assessing the views from these viewpoints. So the point is that the scale of the turbines are significantly larger in scale than other features of the landscape, which tends to accentuate their size and has the effect of overwhelming the smaller scale landscape as it's perceived.
So essentially it's the difference in height between the turbine and the built development.
Well, I wouldn't say it's not just the height. It's this overall size. If you consider large rotating commercial wind turbines seen against small scale features of a crofting landscape.
And from your perspective, is that specific to the turbines that are closer to the properties?
Well, absolute proximity doesn't necessarily make much difference. I appreciate we're looking at this viewpoint here, viewpoint 9, where we're looking down on the development, but from viewpoints 20 and 21 we're looking more horizontally, I suppose, and it's more how the turbines appear in relation to these small scale elements, and they could be, they're not necessarily just the closest turbines which have the biggest effect.
And in relation to 21, viewpoint 21, which is linked to Oronsea, which features are you drawing the contrast between large and small, giving rise to large-scale structures that are overwhelming?
Well, in the foreground of the view, you can see.
Sorry, which one are you looking
viewpoint
at?
21 are we talking about, or viewpoint 20? Or
No, 21, but which viewpoint in the range, the series of 21 are you looking at?
well, the photo montage, H.
H. Sorry, I interrupted you. Which are you looking at?
Well, in the foreground we can see small rural properties below the turbines. And I would draw contrast between the turbines of Edinburgh, which you can see above the properties to the right of the image.
I think that's the existing Edinburgh scheme that we're talking about.
That's
and
correct.
What height are the turbines of those?
Are they 100 metres?
Yeah. And I think from the other viewpoints, we don't have that contrast at Oronsea, or from Oronsea. Do you agree?
You're talking about viewpoint 20, yeah?
Yes. In particular, no, sorry, I'm talking about viewpoint 21H, where there's the contrast between from Oronsea, the crofting community, and the turbines.
Well, I think there's some contrast. Are we talking about, if we're talking about viewpoint 21, I think there is still some contrast between the buildings of the coastal landscape and the turbines.
Is that 21G?
21G is the wireline.
Yeah. Sorry, H is the photomontage. And then separately, 21A is existing. Is that correct?
I'm sure it will be. Yes.
Did you say yes?
21A is the existing view.
To your knowledge, how widespread is the crofting community landscape within the interior of the northwest area?
The crofting landscape relates primarily to the farmed and settled lowlands landscape character type. Well, it will be the landscape character area, and I'd have to find the figure. Figure 4. AIT. That's correct.
Sorry, sir, I didn't have my microphone. The dark green is the landscape character type that's being referred to. And the area of relevance, the area of influence, I think is shown with numbers 5 and 2, or between 5 and 2.
So I think you're referring to the area in which viewpoints 2 and 5 are located, that particular character area of that type.
Now, how extensive in your evidence is the area that's affected by the development?
Well, in my evidence, I consider there to be personally, I presume you're talking about effects to the landscape character, yes. And I assess there to be an overall significant effect to the character of that landscape character area, which I've referred to as the Vatten farmed and settled lowlands.
So I think that's around between 5 and 2, numbers 5 and 2 as we see them on that drawing.
It's that area of dark green, if you, yes.
Could you look at figure 6.1, please? That's CD1, that's in CD 1.3. This figure. It may be that figure 5 you can use as well. I like this one.
So is this the figure titled Landscape Designations, figure 5 Landscape Designations? Yeah.
And you can see the area of the northwest SLA. See that?
Yes.
So, relating to the farmed and settled evidence, which portion of that would you say is affected? Because you said overall significance for landscape character type.
Area.
Landscape character area.
Well, I think the question is then, to what extent does the SLA intersect with the farmed and settled lowlands landscape character area? And I'm not sure if there's a figure which overlays the two, but the designation intersects with the majority of that landscape character area. In fact, a significant majority.
In general locational terms, would you agree in the northern areas?
Sorry, it's the southern areas of the SLA.
Sorry, the southern parts of the SLA.
Sorry, it's the southern part of the landscape character area.
I think it might be useful if we look at figure 6.1 in CD 1.3. Entitled Landscape Context, figure 6.1.
Yes, I have it.
So we can see the northwest sky SLA to the left of sky.
Yeah.
And what I was asking you was in terms of farmed and settled, which part of the SLA is affected by your conclusion of significance?
Well, I think we might be slightly confusing. Are we talking about which parts of the SLA or which landscape character areas? Because they're not the same.
As I understand it, part of this landscaped character area is within the SLA.
That's correct. Most of the farmed and settled lowlands, the landscape character area to the north of Loch Bracadale, is within the SLA.
And does the location within the SLA increase the sensitivity, in your view, or in your assessment?
Well, being within an SLA means that the landscape, which is part of a wider landscape, is valued by society through designation. So its sensitivity is increased on the basis that it's part of a valued landscape.
And from that point of view, both you and Miss Anderson have taken the same approach.
I think our assessments of sensitivity are similar, if I recall.
And is that something that you would apply generally to your totality of your evidence? Your approach to sensitivity is similar?
It's not entirely similar. I would suggest there have been some differences in assessments of landscape value in some circumstances.
In Ms Anderson's inquiry report, though, read together with additional information too that she was the author of, you could understand her reasoning, where there are differences. You may not agree with them, but you could understand she has a reasoned approach.
She has a reasoning. There are some aspects where I think insufficient weight has been given to areas that are within the SLA designation in terms of evaluating landscape value.
These are criteria which are capable of an element of subjective assessment, aren't they? Excuse me.
Are we referring to value? I would slightly disagree with the term criteria. Because I know in the updated LVIA, assessments of landscape value have been undertaken against various value criteria. And these are the 9 value criteria that are, they appear in Landscape Institute guidance on assessing landscape sensitivity.
Sorry to interrupt, but are you referring specifically to the Landscape Institute guidance?
I believe it's Landscape Institute guidance. I'll have to there is a publication which provides advice on assessing sensitivity outside of nationally designated landscapes. But I think there needs to be a distinction drawn between criteria which you evaluate against and indicators of landscape value, because a criteria-based assessment you might assess against all of the criteria and perhaps come to a view, an average, for example, as to what a value may be. But in fact, any of these criteria could indicate a valued landscape. So I note in Miss Anderson's assessment that the presence of a landscape designation is included as a criteria. But in my view, that in itself is perhaps the strongest indicator of a valued landscape, which it almost goes without saying that if a landscape has a designation, then it's valued.
Ultimately, at the end of the day, I think we can agree that it comes down to professional judgment. Explaining under reference to the factors taken into account.
I'm not sure it's just judgment. I think it's methodology as well. Because if you take the criteria approach of scoring against criteria, by definition you can add in more criteria for a potentially valued landscape. So scenic viewpoints, or I don't know, picnic sites or core paths. And if these things don't appear in your landscape, then your score goes down. But if you take the indicator approach, you do your evaluation based on they're almost kind of flags of indication. They're not things to be scored against. So any one of them could indicate a valued landscape.
In summary, are you saying that your assessments have been based more upon indicators than criteria?
Yes, and principally the main indicator is the presence of the SLA designation, because it is an accolade awarded to a landscape, if you like, by society, that it's valued. So whereas the other indicators might suggest to you a valued landscape, but if it's not got a designation, but I think the designation itself is the principal indicator.
In a criteria-based assessment, is your approach one to assume that the criteria are given the same weight?
Well, for landscape value, if I am looking at value indicators, I wouldn't be necessarily weighting them because I'm not scoring them. But clearly there are indicators which have more relevance to landscape value, and there are others which may have relevance to, say, cultural heritage or natural heritage value, which may indicate value in the landscape, but it just depends. So, yes, it just depends. You have to use your judgment as to which indicators infer the most value to a landscape. But I wouldn't be necessarily scoring them in a criteria-based assessment.
Can I take you to the next of the criterion that you address, which is 9? Proposal relates well to the existing landscape setting and does not increase the perceived visual prominence of the surrounding wind turbines. And your evaluation is that the proposed development increases the apparent scale and overall prominence of the Central Sky wind farm cluster. What do you include within the wind farm cluster?
Well, it's existing and consented development.
Essentially, scenario 2, is that correct?
It applies to scenario 2, but it would also apply to scenario 3.
And
So for me, just so we're talking about, in scenario 3, we're talking about Ben Aketil, Ben Scary design, Balmenach, and Glenolinish 2. That's the cluster you're referring to, is it?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And
As well as existing and consented.
yeah.
Sorry, scenario 2, yes.
Scenario
Beg your
2,
pardon,
scenario
scenario
2 would
2,
be there,
yes,
yeah,
that is
yeah.
what you described, yes.
I would suggest to you that scenario 2 is not well described as a cluster.
Well, I would describe them as a grouping of wind farms within that moorland area.
If we could revert to the much used Iridogale Point wireline, please. 20. Yeah. Well, yes, 21 as well. It's B, isn't it?
No, A. That's the consented.
So we're looking at scenario 2, which is the wirelines for visualization A in both cases, so 20A and 21A. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Dower, just to be clear, I didn't hear you agree with that as well. 21A, 20A and 21A.
Yes.
As I understand it, in scenario 2, we are discussing in combination cumulative effects. Do you agree with that?
Well, we're talking about combined cumulative effects and also the degree to which the proposed development adds to or changes those cumulative effects.
Sorry, then the final point that you comment upon in this table is whether or not integrity and variety of landscape character areas are maintained. To an extent, we've discussed that specific to Ben Aketil in relation to the interior moorland landscape. But asking the question more broadly that you were addressing there, you say, in which existing consented development is currently contained, characterising smaller scale, more sensitive coastal landscapes on which wind energy currently has little influence. So are you saying there that the influence of wind energy development is spreading across the interior moorland landscape, is having a greater influence compared to the current situation? Or would have a greater influence compared to the current situation?
Well, wind energy is currently, its characterising effect is mostly contained within the moorland landscapes. To a large degree. I'm not saying it doesn't have some influence on other landscape character types. But what the proposed development does is it does have an effect on the smaller scaled sensitive coastal landscapes. And both, I think myself and Miss Anderson agree on that, although the extent to which that's true is of some dispute.
Essentially what you agree is that there already is an influence on the coastal landscapes. Your position is that it will become more pronounced.
Well, if we're looking at the farmed and settled lowland landscape character area that we were talking about previously to the north of Loch Bracadale, wind energy development, either existing or consented, has a very limited impact on that character area, whereas the proposed development would come to significantly characterise that landscape area.
I think in relation to that you would agree that that's a matter of judgment.
Yeah, sure.
One issue that you address in your evidence in chief, I think based upon a question asked by the reporter of Miss Anderson, is the question of precedence. Would you agree that granting a consent by itself does not change or reduce the susceptibility or sensitivity of the baseline to be influenced by large-scale turbines?
Well, it changes the baseline for future applications.
And are you suggesting in your evidence that that should be avoided?
I'm not suggesting it should be avoided, because whether a consent happens or, well, consents happen, but it's a consequence of a consent potentially.
Is the consequential effect of granting a consent, in your opinion, changes the baseline for the future?
Well, yes.
I would suggest to you that it's not necessarily the grant of the consent that changes the baseline. It's the development of wind farms that are operational.
Well, it's very common practice in wind farm LVIA to take into account consented development in as the baseline for the LVIA, and the original LVIA, I believe, took that approach of including consented developments into the baseline.
Into the baseline of scenario 2, you meaning, yeah?
No, we're talking about actually the LVIA baseline and not the cumulative assessment. So I think it's quite common practice.
And you helpfully provide a summary of your assessment of effects in Appendix 1 of your evidence. And so far as the solus effects are concerned, you've highlighted your assessment in relation to the existing turbines in the first grouping of columns, and secondly, the proposed turbines, and how you can see from a comparison there how you assess how the significance of effect increases. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And we can see from that comparison that essentially, in relation to, let's just take the character areas, the moorland character areas, they, in your opinion, go up to major moderate at less than 3 kilometres. Am I interpreting that correctly?
That's correct, because that distance is actually refers more to the extent of the character area and the extent of visibility. So I know Miss Anderson's assessment goes to 5 kilometres, but in fact these character areas don't, certainly towards the south-east, they don't extend that far.
Are you talking about the upland sloping moorland and the stepped moorland?
That's correct, yes.
So because the character areas don't extend to 5 kilometres, you say that the major moderate effect would be felt at an area less than 3 kilometres.
Yes, approximately 3 kilometres.
So far as low smoothland moorland and farmed and settled lowlands, you assess those as major, moderate and moderate respectively.
Correct, yeah.
And so far as Dunvegan is concerned, is that less than 5 kilometres, again related to the extent of the character area?
Yes.
And farmed and settled lowlands, which we've been discussing, you assess as moderate.
That's correct.
But overall, is that overall the VAT?
Yes, that's for
LCA?
that. That's an assessment for that landscape character area
Right.
as a whole.
Yeah. And again, we see moderate, overall moderate, in relation to Brackadale seascape character area. Would you accept that for a practicing landscape architect, if in the scoping opinion and in consultation responses, there's no request for an assessment specific to a particular character area, it's reasonable not to do a specific assessment as opposed to taking it into account in a more generalised assessment that Ms Anderson described?
Well, I think it's agreed by Ms Anderson and myself that Loch Brackadale is a sensitive seascape receptor. I would expect any LVIA potentially impacting upon that receptor, a development potentially impacting upon that receptor to scope that receptor into the LVIA. And the fact that it's a seascape character area makes no difference.
She referred in her evidence in cross-examination, I think, in response to my learned friend Mr Finley's questions, that this is not a maritime development. Do you recall that?
I think I recall that.
And that is a legitimate consideration for her to have taken into account, isn't it?
I think the legitimate consideration is whether there is the possibility of significant effects to the character of that landscape or seascape receptor.
Is that in any way as a consequence of you characterising the location of the turbines of the proposed development as being on the coastal fringe? Are you muddling different concepts?
Well, no, they have indirect effects which extend to the coastal fringe and into Loch Brackadale.
Specifically, what indirect effects are you referring to?
Well, landscape effects are, unless they're affecting the fabric of a landscape, if they're affecting views or setting or character in any other way, they are indirect effects.
Sorry, are they the main effects that you've taken into account for the purposes of your seascape assessment?
Well, the proposed development isn't affecting the fabric of the loch or its coastal setting, so yes.
And so far as the dynamic coastline of the North West Skye SLA, there's no issue between you and Ms Anderson in terms of identifying significant effects. It's the category or your categorisation of significance of effects that's different. Is that right?
I think we both identify them as being moderate effects, if I'm not mistaken, but I determined that they're significant, whereas Ms Anderson doesn't.
Could you, yeah.
As I was putting to you, so far as the crofting landscape is concerned, you've concluded significant. That's not been assessed as significant, but Ms Anderson, in her evidence, acknowledges that she understands your reasoning.
Maybe she does. Not sure what the question is.
So, from our point of view, there's no significant difference between. What shouldn't use significant again? There's no material difference between you.
Well, just to be clear, I identify a significant effect to the farmed and settled lowlands landscape character area as at Vatten as a whole. Miss Anderson's assessment is that there would be some significant effects, but limited in its extent. In terms of the crofting landscape, I think we're talking about the special quality. Now, that special quality is very closely related to the landscape character of the crofting landscape. So I also identify a significant effect to that special quality in that area.
And the second table in this appendix is looking at your assessment of significant effects from Ben Aketil. And you separate out their scenario 2 from scenario 3. And essentially your major moderates are specific to the host landscape character area and the adjacent stepped moorland. Is that fair? And the other two are moderate.
Well, there is another major moderate to the dynamic coastline.
I just haven't got that far down the
Oh,
table.
sorry, yes.
Yes. But you separate these out between scenario 2 and scenario 3, essentially coming to the same conclusions for both scenarios.
That's right, because the assessment is that the additional effects of the proposed development would be significant in both scenarios.
And just to be clear, your assessments and judgments here are based upon the restored site.
Well, I think yesterday we covered how difficult it was trying to assess, and additional cumulative effect of an over, above and above impact. So yes, this does relate to the restored baseline.
But as a point of principle, do you agree with Ms. Henderson's reasoning that restored generally results in more significant effects than a comparative assessment?
Well, it's an assessment of different things. The comparative assessment is a gap analysis between one condition and another, whereas the restored is the totality of effect of the proposed development.
Would you accept that, as it's been referred to elsewhere, that the over and above assessment is more related to the reality of the situation, i.e. replacing one wind farm with the proposed new wind farm?
I don't think it is, no.
In terms of an existing baseline that has been accepted within the landscape now for 15 years, that's something that's known to the community roundabout, that's something that's recognised, as opposed to a greenfield site, which is entirely new. There is a difference in psychological approach to that and assessment approach. Would you agree?
There's certainly a difference between a greenfield site and a repowered site.
And would you agree that that's partly because it's not just the turbines, but the infrastructure associated with the wind farm is already in place, generally remains in situ, may be enhanced depending on the design, but the totality of development on the site is known and a known feature within the landscape?
Well, I'm not sure that the infrastructure of the wind farm has much influence on its perceived landscape character or views from the wider landscape to most receptors.
But from particularly the receptors that are closer to the site, it's additional forms of development of that site. It's not a greenfield site.
Well, I'm not entirely familiar with what receptors or who can see what of the existing wind farm, but I expect it's the turbines that are the most obvious features.
Going to the explanation in your chapter 6 in relation to the northwest landscape types. You set out in 6.12 the special qualities. We've discussed dynamic coastline and crofting landscape. But distinctive terrain is one of the special landscape qualities that you conclude there wouldn't be an effect on. Is that correct?
There wouldn't be an effect, yes.
There would not be an adverse effect.
Yeah.
And you see that at paragraph 6.22?
Yes.
So I'm just looking for something else. Could we take a brief break for 5 minutes?
Well, we We could take a break for 5 minutes certainly, but we do need to end today promptly on 4, simply because there's another booking for this room, so we can't go on after 4. But if you feel you would like to take a 5-minute break, I'm content to do that now. Yes.
You mentioned that possibility if it was appropriate. But I want to change my papers.
If we come back at 20 past, yeah. To get through, and then sorry, Mr. Salt, were you wanting to say something? All right, okay. I thought you were looking at me meaningfully, right? Okay. Okay. We've obviously got Miss Daly to get to finish off, and not literally, and Mr. Fitzpatrick, and then we've got Mrs. Platt as well. Do you have an indication maybe of how long? Do you have an idea of how long you might take with Mr. Fat with those 3 witnesses, or how long parties think that will take?
I think, sir, that we would definitely finish the LVIA evidence tomorrow. How early tomorrow? Whether we can start in cultural heritage? Have we got a shortened day tomorrow, or do we have the whole day?
We have until 4 o'clock, and we close at 4 o'clock, I think. I don't know if they have an actual booking, but certainly on today and on Thursday they have a booking. So we can maybe keep our ear out and see if we can run a little bit longer tomorrow. But we can't today and we can't on Thursday.
I don't envisage cultural heritage either in chief or in my cross-examination being particularly lengthy.
Right, okay.
So I would think that we probably conclude that relatively quickly. And probably Mr. Fitzpatrick during the course of tomorrow morning.
Right. Okay. Mr. Finlay, do you have any views on how long it might take?
No, I don't have. I've hardly any evidence in chief for Mr. Fitzpatrick. I've got about 4 questions in re-examination for Mr. Daly so far.
Mr. Campbell.
I've got 2 or 3 questions in chief for Mr. Clark. That's all.
Okay.
No, I do know. I don't think it will be particularly long.
Thank you. I would have to read just the conclusions of the presentation. They're worth outlining. You may have written already, might indicate that's not necessary.
Okay, so if do you think we're on track to finish cultural heritage tomorrow, or are we looking at moving that into Thursday morning? No, I know. I'm sorry. I was looking at everyone. My eyes had just happened to rest on you.
Cultural heritage session, so
yeah.
So it occurred to me that perhaps the full day for Thursday for the 2 hearing sessions is reasonably generous. So if cultural heritage slipped into Thursday morning, it shouldn't necessarily mean that you won't finish both hearing sessions by Thursday afternoon. I say that as someone not involved in either of those sessions. So I come from an impartial view, knowing those who are likely to be involved.
But thank you for your impartial views. Okay, well we'll just
just one point on the socio-economic section. Miss McLeod's got quite a lot to say, and Mr. Blackett's an experienced witness. He always has quite a lot to say, always worthwhile, of course. But it's not an inquiry session, so there won't be cross-examination, but I expect there might be a number of questions through yourself.
No, we better press on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I managed to put the 5 minutes to good use and went over my remaining questions with my expert, and I have no further questions. Thank you.
No further questions?
No.
Okay. Grand. Well, so Mr. Finlay, should I proceed?
So yes, I don't know whether you had any questions.
No, I don't have any questions.
Well, looking like your release is getting sooner and sooner, Mr. Daly. Right back at the start of your cross-examination, you were asked about your experience of doing an LVIA on 200-metre turbines. As far as you're aware, are there any actually 200-metre turbines constructed in Scotland at the moment?
Not that I'm aware of, but I wouldn't say that I'm a definitive source of information.
Are you aware of any turbines, or have you considered turbines of 180 metres, which I think is the next gradation down?
I do believe I know of a 180-metre scheme, yes.
Whereabouts is that?
I think it's in West Lothian. I think it's the Long Hill Burn wind farm.
But the more important question in re-examination is what difference, if any, does it make to your assessment that you haven't assessed a 200-metre turbine scheme before?
No difference whatsoever.
Thank you. You were taken to Anne Cowling's consultation response, which I think is CD 229. And you were asked questions about her comments on design, her summary comments on design. I won't take you to the detail of her, which led to that summary. If you look on the first page, it says development design.
Have a moment to
Of
find
course,
it.
CD 229.
I'm there, yes.
Great. So if you look towards the bottom of page 1, there's she refers to the design principles about continuity and retaining design integrity. Whilst the ambition of this is laudable, the design as produced falls far short when considered in the round. The original, and then she gives her reasoning for that comment, the original line of turbines follows a distinct ridge rising in the landscape. The relationship of the line to the topography and the turbine size to the landscape scale allows the original development to highlight the ridge and present as a legible, even elegant feature within the landscape. Pausing there, to what extent, or otherwise or not, do you concur with that view of the current design and its relationship with the landscape?
I think the current design has a strong relationship with the landscape, so I would agree with that description.
And then she says, the 5 repowering turbines do not follow the ridge as closely as the original development, leading to greater variation in hub heights in relation to the land form when seen at distance. The wider spacing of this line of turbines, smaller number of lines in comparison to the original development, means that this line is less cohesive in character, lacking the clear visual rhythm of the original. The line formed by the extension turbine relates to no underlying topographic feature. Turbines 6 to 8 run obliquely across the face of the west-facing slope, with turbine 9 being positioned across the Carroy River in the east-facing slopes. And then she goes on about the 2 rows being far apart. I won't read the full paragraph, and the 4th paragraph talks about the landscape's ability to accommodate the original wind energy. To what extent do you agree with, or not, with her comments in terms of the design of the proposed wind turbine and her comments there on that?
Yes, I largely agree with those comments.
Thank you. You were asked questions about viewpoint 10, which may just need to go to for these purposes, and that's when you were taken up Cultural Hill and down Landscape Dale on Dunvegan Castle, and said you amongst other things, base your assessment at least in part on viewpoint 10. Just looking at viewpoint 10 at the moment as a visualisation, some of the turbines are incredibly difficult to pick out. Is there any reason why the right-hand turbine and the turbine immediately adjacent to it should be in different colours in a photo montage?
I don't think there's any specific reason why they should be.
If they're in a particular colour to demonstrate the lighting conditions from this angle, which might be the case, should they all be the same colour? I mean, it could either be all light or all dark, but
I think it would be reasonable if they were the same colour. I think in a visualisation it's important that the turbines are easily visible in the visualisation.
And then you asked about the landscape setting of Dunvegan Castle viewed from this aspect. In your own words, how would you describe from a landscape view, ignoring the cultural heritage element, the setting of the castle, not only what is before it or above it or below it? How would you describe the landscape setting?
Well, the landscape setting comprises the loch in the foreground, the platformed islands close to the castle, the wooded backdrop, and the moorland hills as a background.
Thank you. That very succinct and helpful. Thank you. You were then asked a series of questions by reference to the criteria in your Appendix 2, or Annex 2, which relate to the supplementary guidance. I think it's criterion 8, which refers to overwhelming, or features being overwhelmed. And I wanted you to go to, and you were asked questions, no doubt, because in part you referred to them by reference to viewpoints 20 and 21. If you go to viewpoint 2, you also ask questions about the SLA and these features by reference to viewpoints 2 and 5. If you go to viewpoint 2A to begin with, and either look at the wireline below for Ben Aketil existing, or the visual image for Ben Aketil above. To A. To what extent, and if at all, do the existing Ben Aketil turbines have any material impact on the landscape in which the visual receptor at viewpoint 2 sits?
I think a very limited impact on that landscape.
And then if we turn on to 2H, I think it's 2H. Ask you the same question: to what extent, if any, do the proposed turbines have on the receptor at viewpoint 2, and to what extent are the features shown in the foreground of viewpoint 2 affected by the scale of the proposed turbines?
Well, I think the features of the foreground, they accentuate the size and scale of the turbines.
And is that, well, you've given it, I don't think I even need to lead you on it, you've told us your view of the impact on the small farmed landscape.
Yes, so it's a significant adverse effect to the character of that landscape. That's illustrated at this viewpoint.
And then, just so that we go to the other viewpoint and the same landscape element, if we go to photo montage viewpoint 5 at visualization 5H, and you'll recall when in one of your answers, Ms. Wilson, you referred to the crofts or the houses in the, I think primarily in relation to it's either viewpoint 20 or even maybe even viewpoint 9. Again, by reference to the impact of the proposed turbines on the what one can see in that small farming landscape. Again, your comment there, please.
Well, again, the small scale of the landscape and the buildings, they tend to accentuate the size of the turbines, and the turbines have a significant effect on the character of that landscape.
Okay. And then, the last question is, towards the end of cross-examination, Ms. Wilson asked you about the difference between repowered sites and pristine green sites. And you were, in terms of someone who's visiting Skye for the first time, will the fact that it's a repowered site have any impact on a first-time visitor?
No.
By comparison, there may be an impact on a resident who is, or a returning visitor.
That seems reasonable, yes.
Yeah, I think that's logical. I'm not going to apologise for leading you to that extent. But does that necessarily make the fact that they will have been aware of what was there before? To what extent does that colour your view as to whether you should be having regard to the restored baseline or not when trying to assess the level of impact?
I don't think it makes much difference, because what's important is the totality of effect of the proposed development in relation to the effect of the existing development by comparison.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey.
Okay. Well, we've got 20 minutes left. I don't know if you want to start cross-examination today or leave it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's the end of Mr. T.
Can I suggest we start?
Perhaps it would be a good idea to leave it today and start tomorrow.
Well, I was going to suggest, could we possibly deal with Mr. Fitzpatrick in chief? He won't then be in Purder overnight, and we can start fresh tomorrow morning with cross-examination.
That seems like a good idea.
Yeah, Mr. Campbell doesn't get a look in until I'm finished. Yeah. Do you want to just go up and I'll just read you through who you are and then get open and shut? Yeah. Just your report and your recognition.
Yep, please go ahead. Just once everyone's. Yep.
Thank you. So you're Mark Fitzpatrick. You're a principal planner with the Highland Council Strategic Projects team.
Yes, I am.
And so for Mr. Fitzpatrick, you should have a report which is 14.3 and a precognition which is 14.8. And Mr. Fitzpatrick, just to be clear, you were also the author of the report of handling to which reference has been made this afternoon.
Yes.
A number of criticisms have been made of you in Ms. Anderson's recognition primarily, and perhaps also her report and orally. Do you wish to change any of your evidence in the light of those criticisms?
Not at this stage, no.
Thank you very much. Well, it may be a long wait, but if you wait there'll be some questions for you tomorrow morning. But on the basis that there aren't any this evening, you won't be excused from having to make conversation with us this evening either.
Always a pleasure, never a chore.
Okay, well, imagine you're not wanting to start cross-examination of Mr. Fitzpatrick now.
No, I think I can quell the enthusiasm till tomorrow.
Well, thanks very much, everyone, today. We'll come back here 9:30 tomorrow morning. Okay. Thanks very much.